Chapter 2662. Get out of here! The second demon emperor shouted. Then, he punched the sword with his fist, which shook the sword violently. Then, the sword exploded with a sound of chi. He's not dead. Kill! East deity, West demon, South Ru, and North addict followed closely behind. They roared and attacked the skull of the demonic god. However, the fourth demon emperor, the fifth demon emperor, the sixth demon emperor, the seventh demon emperor, the eighth demon emperor, and the ninth demon emperor appeared from the void one after another. They blocked the attacks of the few people as if they were not afraid of death. The demonic god was not dead. The remaining trace of his primordial spirit had revived. Everyone knew what this meant. For little Xingxing, Fu Yibai, and the others, Du Xiaofu had risked his life to defeat the demonic god and perish together with him. If Du Xiaofu allowed him to come back to life at this time, then everything Du Xiaofu had done would have been meaningless. The great calamity of the devil religion would sweep over again and destroy the whole Kyushu realm of the three continents. Taking advantage of the fact that the demonic god had just revived and was extremely weak, with the strength of the heavenly sage realm experts, it might not be difficult for them to destroy the energy that he had just gathered. Therefore, they attacked without hesitation, intending to kill the demonic god in the end. However, the 8 great demon emperors had naturally seen through their thoughts, and they'd long since chased after them and blocked their attacks. For the 8 demon emperors, if the demonic god was not dead, then everything would usher in the greatest turning point. The decline of the devil religion would be swept away and turned into a cardiac stimulant that would be injected into the bodies of all the people of the devil religion. Du Xiaofu was dead. Once the demonic god was resurrected, the devil religion would be the final victor. Even if the Lord of the 3,000 sectors and the dragon god were here, there was no room for change. Therefore, no matter what, they could not stand by and watch little Xingxing and the others pose a threat to the demonic god. Kill! Little Xingxing shouted sternly, and his dragon body pounced ferociously again and again. She wanted to kill the demonic god in the end, but the great demonic emperor seized the opportunity to attack her repeatedly, causing the dragon scales on her body to crack and blood to flow. Lord Demon God has an indestructible body. You're all dead for sure this time, the second demon emperor said in a loud voice. He unleashed all of his ferocious power and blocked all of Fu Yibai's attacks. At the same time, Du Xiaoyao, Du Tingxian, Du Yunlong, Jialo Jiuyu, and the others also arrived. The 14 half-step heavenly saint stage powerhouses had joined forces to resist the 8 demon emperors and 9 demon emperors. However, with the 2 heavenly saint stage demon emperors obstructing them with their lives, none of them had the chance to attack the demon god. At this time, the 9 demon emperor, who had originally wanted to retreat, swept away his previous weakness and fought with all his might to stop the 7 half-step heavenly saints. In an instant, another terrifying battle broke out in the area near the demon god. Terrifying attacks were launched one after another. Shattered energy storms swept out in all directions and shook the heavens and the earth. However, all of these attacks did not cause much of a stir when they swept across the ball of blood-black light in the demon god's brain cavity. Oh no, the demon god is really going to revive. What should we do now? The Rock Emperor has fallen. No one is a match for the demon god anymore. Once the demon god revives, who can resist him? The devil religion still has 8 heavenly saint stage demon emperors. The purple dragon emperor and the others are also powerless. Is the great calamity really unstoppable? Is the fate of this realm supposed to be like this? In the tricontinent Kyushu realm, many powerhouses could not help but mutter to themselves, their hearts abnormally heavy. No one had expected that the demon god, whom the Rock Emperor had tried his best to kill, would show signs of reviving at this time. All of this was a clear indication that this realm could only be reduced to a demon realm in the end. Unless the Rock Emperor was like the demon god and could be revived. However, everyone knew in their hearts that this was simply impossible. They were afraid that there would be no more miracles like before. Keek keek. Lord Demon God is not dead, God bless the devil religion! Since Lord Demon God has revived, then what reason do we have to retreat? Let the massacre continue! Keek keek. Everyone has to die. This time, there won't be any more accidents. Du Xiaofu is dead. I want to see who can stop the devil religion from ruling this realm. Let's kill, keek kill. The people of the devil sect were all excited and agitated. They also did not expect that the demon god would show signs of reviving all of a sudden. This made all the powerhouses of the devil religion cheer. This was the biggest surprise, and nothing could be more exciting than this news. Originally, that scene of utter defeat was quickly adjusted. Many powerhouses of the devil religion held weapons in their hands and kept shouting. They changed directions and charged toward the living beings of the Sanlikyushu realm. The affairs of the world were so mysterious. Everything that had happened today was so strange and bizarre. The two sides that were chasing and being chased had switched roles because of the news that the demon god was not dead. The prey had become the hunter, and the hunter had become the prey. Keek! Let's kill! Countless powerhouses of the devil religion laughed sinisterly. With devil swords in their hands, they began a fierce battle. Large groups of people rushed into the battlefield again, no longer afraid of retreating. We can't kill the demon god, but can't we kill you all? I don't believe that everyone in the devil religion has an immortal body like the demon god. Someone in the crowd of the Sanlikyushu realm shouted loudly. After the initial despair, everyone gradually regained their senses. No matter what, the great calamity was still going on. There was absolutely no reason for the devil religion to do as they pleased. The great rock emperor had fallen for the sake of this realm, but they could not resign themselves to death. Even if they could not kill the demon god, it would be good to kill a few more powerhouses of the devil religion. For the people of the world, for the continuation of the bloodline, for the final home of this realm, the rock emperor could disregard his life and kill the demon god. What's there to be afraid of with our lowly lives? It's fine to give it up. Killing one is enough, killing two is a big gain. So what if the demon god is resurrected? If your devil religion wants to occupy this realm, you'll have to step over our dead bodies. As long as there's still one person alive in this realm, the devil religion will not have a true victory. Kill! Eliminate the scum of the devil religion! Kill! Countless living beings roared, and the swords in their hands burned hot again. Many figures moved, fighting fiercely with the people of the devil religion on the ground and in the sky. Fierce battles broke out once again. Every moment, there were people dying. Among these people, there were people of the devil religion, and there were also powerhouses of the 3 continents and Kyushu realm. Countless living beings danced and collided with each other in the sky like locusts flying in the sky. Bodies exploded one after another as they fell from the sky. Blood splattered everywhere. Such a fierce battle had happened many times, and everyone was used to it. As long as they still had a breath left, they vowed to fight to the death with the other party. In the distance, little Xingxing, Jinqing Chun, Jialo Juoyu, and the others continued to fight fiercely with the 8 demon emperors. At this time, East Deity, West Demon, South Ru, North Addict, and the others no longer cared about their own lives. They only wanted to break through the blockade of the demon emperors and attack the demon god to destroy his revived primordial spirit. However, they did not get the chance to do so when the 8 demon emperors fought with all their strength. Everyone was anxious, but there was nothing they could do. As the battle continued in the distance, the blood of countless living beings dyed the sky red. The evil aura gathered even faster and was constantly absorbed by the ball of light in the demon god's brain cavity, causing it to grow stronger and stronger. At a certain moment, the entire space seemed to have frozen. The air stopped flowing, and everyone found it difficult to breathe. Including little Xingxing, Fui Bai, and the 8 demon emperors, everyone's movements became abnormally sluggish. All of a sudden, another wave of violent energy rippled out. Boom! A huge roar was produced, and a powerful invisible impact was produced. The space was like the calm surface of a lake, but it was as if a huge rock was suddenly thrown into it. Circle after circle of fierce ripples appeared. There were a total of 28 heavenly saints and half-step heavenly saints present, and all of them were hit by the powerful ripples in an instant. One by one, they were swept into the sky like fallen leaves in the autumn wind, fluttering between heaven and earth uncontrollably. Along with the birth of the invisible ripples, the overflowing evil aura spread wildly. A blood-colored storm swept in all directions, darkening the entire world. He! I am undying. Du Xiaofu, how can you possibly kill me? An extremely loud voice rang out, causing every corner of the 3 continents, 9 continents, and 1 world to hear it clearly. Boom! Amidst the blood that filled the sky, a towering figure slowly stood up. It stood between the heavens and the earth like a giant. I've said it before. You will be the one to die in the end. Even Lu Xiaoyu and Long Xian couldn't do anything to me. How dare a puny Du Xiaofu like you risk your life and try to take me down with you? What a joke! Hee hee! The demon god laughed loudly and was indescribably carefree. The demon god has revived! In the distance, little Xingxing, Fui Bai, and the others had escaped from the violent blood-colored storm. They stood in the void in a daze, watching this scene in a daze. Their hearts were abnormally heavy. The demon god had revived and stood up. Now, even if they could break through the seal of the 8 demon emperors, they probably wouldn't have the ability to kill him. Thinking of the situation they would face next, everyone couldn't help but feel suffocated. Du Xiaofu, you are already dead, but I am still alive. No one can stop my rise, and no one can suppress the slaughter of the devil religion. The demonic god stood between heaven and earth, roaring and screaming. All the bloody and evil chi in this world surged wildly, and was all absorbed into his body. As the god-fiend spoke, he lifted his gigantic face and looked up at the sky. His gaze seemed to pass through the boundless red clouds to an unknown place where he saw the figures of some people. Lu Xiaoyu, Long Xian, back then you had the help of the heavenly Tao to suppress me. But this time, the person you chose is already dead. And I am still standing here. With this world, I won't be afraid of you anymore. One day, I will find you and return everything that you have done to me to you. I will hunt you down until there is no road to heaven and no door to hell. I will let you die without a burial place. Only then can I vent the hatred in my heart. The demon god roared loudly as if he was hoarse. Because of his agitation, his pair of demonic palms kept waving in the void, stirring up the space and causing it to collapse. The scene was horrifying. His shouts, word by word, resounded in every place in this world. All the living beings heard these words, and all of them felt their hearts tremble. The demon god has revived. He has really revived. Sigh. If only the Rock Emperor could also revive. Only he can fight with the demon god. If he is revived, then so be it. Since it has become an established fact, it is useless for us to be afraid. That's right. In the end, it is just a battle. At most, we will die. Many powerhouses from the 3 continents and Kyushu realm looked up at the sky and muttered to themselves. Since this was fate, they had no other choice. The demon god had revived. In this great calamity, no one would be able to escape unscathed. Instead of being afraid and thinking about how to protect their own lives, it would be more appropriate to kill a few more people from the devil religion. At this moment, all the powerhouses seemed to have come to terms with it. They no longer cared about the demon god's strength. The Rock Emperor had already fallen. No one was his match. However, even if they were to die under the devil religion's blade, they had to die beautifully. At the very least, they had to be worth it. Hee hee. Many people from the devil religion felt this and laughed sinisterly. However, they did not say anything. With the god-fiend leading the way, all they had to do was to focus on slaughtering. The demon god and the 8 demon kings would worry about the rest. Even those heavenly saints and half-step heavenly saints would not be able to escape with their lives. Today, after so many twists and turns, the demonic sect was still the final victor. Senior, what should we do? Little Xingxing asked Fuibai as the mark between his brows emitted a demonic light. Sigh. There's no other way. Who would have thought that the kid would not be able to kill the demon god even after sacrificing his life and burning his origin laws? In the end, the demon god was revived. Fuibai's sloppy face was filled with sorrow as he sighed. If the Lord of the 3,000 great worlds and the dragon god were to descend now, they might be able to kill the demon god. After all, Xiaofu had used up all his strength and almost killed the demon god. At this time, the demon god had just revived. Although we are unable to defeat him, if there are powerhouses who have surpassed the heavenly saint realm, there is still a high chance of killing him. Even if we can't kill him, we can easily seal him, Dongxian said. Her beautiful face was also filled with indescribable sorrow. Du Tingxian, Du Xiaoyao, Du Yunlong, Jialo Jiuyu, Jin Qingchun, Du Xiaojing, and the others fell silent when they heard this. In this world, there was no one like Du Xiaofu who could achieve the complete law of lightning by fusing with the spiritual lightning formed by the ancestors of the Du family. From there, he could surpass the heavenly saint realm and fight with the demon god. It was not realistic to expect powerhouses like the Lord of the 3,000 great worlds and the dragon god to descend. On their side, there were 6 heavenly saints. Not to mention whether or not they could defeat the demon god, just the presence of the 8 demon emperors was enough for them to prepare for battle. No matter what, I will not sit still and wait for death. I can't let my boss die in vain. Du Xiaoyao stepped forward and looked at the demon god, his eyes shining with golden light. Uncle Little Demon is right. No matter what, we still have to fight. Victory or defeat, success or failure, we have to give it a try. Little Xingxing shouted. Then, his body suddenly soared into the sky and charged toward the demon god. As he charged forward, his dragon body spread out. His dragon scales glowed with a cold light, and shone with an awe-inspiring luster. That pair of wings flapped in the void, fanning out torrential flames, burning the void until it collapsed piece by piece. Since we can't escape death anyway, let's kill! Little Demon Du moved after him. With a roar, from his throat, it shook the heavens and the earth to rumble. The huge red-boned horseap's body coiled up and strode forward. At the same time, he waved his huge palm and slammed it toward the demon god. Kill! Fuibai, Jin Qingchun, Du Yunlong, Jialo Jiuyu, and the others also stepped forward. Although they did not have high hopes for this battle, just as Du Xiaoyao and Little Xingxing had said, no matter the outcome, they had to give it a try. They could not let Du Xiaofu die for nothing. Kiki! You're courting death! Seeing Little Xingxing and Du Xiaoyao's actions, the first Devil Emperor, second Devil Emperor, fourth Devil Emperor, and the rest of the 8 Devil Emperors sneered. One by one, they soared into the sky and intercepted Little Xingxing and Du Xiaoyao before they could even approach the Archdevil God. With your little strength, you can't behave so atrociously in front of Lord Demon God. Second Demon Emperor also shouted. His body flashed out, and he fought with Fuibai in a head-on battle. Then, the Heavenly Saints and Half-Step Heavenly Saints were entangled in another area. A new round of fierce battle broke out between dozens of people. Everyone in the devil religion, listen up! Everyone in this world must die! Leave no one alive! High in the sky, the demon god's majestic voice drifted out and resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The universe rumbled and trembled. As the boundless smell of blood filled the air, his aura continued to rise. Although he was far from his initial peak state, he was still more and more frightening. Lord Demon God has ordered to kill without mercy. Kill! Not only the 8 demon emperors, but the experts of the devil religion were also boiling. Everyone was risking their lives and fighting to the death. Chapter 2663. Resounding battle cries rose and fell one after another. It was extremely tragic. The experts of the devil religion were in high spirits, as they let out impassioned roars one after another. As for the beings of the 3 continents and Kyushu realm, they were all fighting with their lives on the line. With the demon god's sudden resurrection, the calamity could no longer be stopped. No one could escape unscathed. With the existence of the demon god, no one could escape the flames of war. They could only be dragged into the bloody quagmire of death. Therefore, what they needed to do next was not to think of ways to protect their own lives, but to kill as many people of the devil religion as possible. Only by doing so would they not die in such a cowardly manner. They would not simply become a tonic for the devil religion to increase their strength. They would not be completely worthless. Kill! Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, Jialo Jiuyu, Jin Qin Chen, and the others roared crazily as they fought against the 8 demon emperors with all their strength. At this time, everyone was covered in terrifying injuries. Their bodies were damaged, and their primordial spirits were injured. Especially Du Xiaojing, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaolin, and the rest of the 14 half-step heavenly saints. Even if they joined forces against the 8 and 9 demon emperors, they gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. They could only parry and had no power to counterattack. Although the 8 demon emperors had all suffered injuries of varying degrees, the demon god had been resurrected. They no longer had any scruples. They fought with all their might, wanting to finish off their opponents as soon as possible. As long as these 20 top experts died, the situation of this realm would be settled. Lord Demon God would not need to do anything. Under the leadership of the 8 demon emperors, the devil religion would be able to sweep through the entire 3 continents and Kyushu realm. Kill! Let's end this quickly! The second demon emperor shouted. He completely ignored the sharp sword of light that Fuibai had condensed and stabbed into his chest. He punched out fiercely and bombarded his chest, causing his chest to collapse. He vomited blood and was sent flying. In the meantime, the 2 demon kings continued their pursuit and engaged Fuibai in a fierce battle. The rest of the demon emperors were the same. It was as if they were not afraid of being injured at all. They just wanted to finish off their opponents as soon as possible. A few ants are still jumping around at a time like this. In the distance, the demon god spoke. His demonic eyes, which were like black suns, swiveled and filled with a thick aura of blood and death. The boundless fiendish energy on the battlefield was constantly being absorbed by the demon god, causing its aura to grow rapidly. It was incomparably terrifying. As his strength continued to recover and increase, the aura he exuded was still far from his peak state when he fought Du Xiaofu, but it still made Du Xiaoyao, Du Tingxian, and the others tremble inexplicably. The arm that had been torn off by Du Xiaofu had also grown back at this time. Du Xiaofu is dead. You should go to hell to accompany him. The demon god's voice resounded, reverberating between heaven and earth. His gaze turned and landed on little Xingxing, Fuibai, East Deity, Du Yunlong, and the others. Then, a huge demonic palm rose into the air, and a terrifying demonic saber quickly condensed into form, glowing with a bloodthirsty scarlet light. As soon as this devil saber appeared, the rolling evil chi in the air became even more violent, rapidly converging on the saber's body. A shapeless might swept out in a vast and mighty manner, causing even space to seem to tremble and emit a wailing sound. Kill! The demon god roared and waved his demonic saber. The void was split open and a wide black crack appeared, directly enveloping little Xingxing, Fuibai, East Deity, and the other heavenly saints who were fighting with the 8 demon emperors. The terrifying aura of execution surged, and as the saber light shot out, a blood-red light appeared and extended to the 6 people. At the same time, a strange energy fluctuation spread out and filled the void. In an instant, the space seemed to be frozen. Not good! The space has been sealed, I can't dodge! Fuibai immediately panicked and couldn't help but yell. The demon god is attacking us. How many times can we withstand his attack? East Deity tried her best to break free from this invisible restraint, but she couldn't do so. She could only watch as the demon god's saber light slashed down, and couldn't help but sigh. Chi-la! Just as the 2 of them were talking, the demon god's sharp saber light slashed down and attacked the 6 heavenly saints at the same time. A terrifying force burst forth in an instant, splitting their bodies apart at the same time. PFFF. A terrifying wound appeared on the chests of East Deity, West Demon, South Rue, North Addict, and Central Divinity at the same time. Their bodies were torn apart, and blood rained down. They were almost cut in half. The 5 of them were sent flying like birds with broken wings. They fell from the sky and streaked across the sky, landing on the ground. Everyone's life force immediately withered, almost to the point of being drained completely. Under the attack of the violent demonic chi, both their bodies and primordial spirits were severely injured. Senior! Du Xiaoyao, Du Tingxian, Du Xiaojing, and the rest exclaimed. 5 heavenly saints had actually suffered such great damage from a single blow from the demon god. Perhaps only little Xingxing could barely withstand it with the help of the huge tortoise shell. However, he was also severely injured. If the demon god attacked a few more times, the situation would be dire. Grandpa, Uncle Little Demon, retreat quickly. I'll stop the demon god. Little Xingxing spread his wings and the tortoise shell whizzed and expanded rapidly. It occupied the void and headed in the direction of the demon god. We can't leave! Du Tingxian and Du Xiaoyao laughed bitterly but didn't retreat. If retreating could save their lives, they would leave without hesitation. However, under the attack of the demon god, no matter where they ran, they couldn't avoid the fate of being killed. The 5 heavenly saints had lost more than half of their lives under the demonic god's attack, and had lost the ability to continue fighting. Even if the dozen or so half-step heavenly saints were added together, they would not be able to withstand the demonic god's attack. Then again, with the 8 demon kings present, they wouldn't be allowed to leave so easily. Do you think you can save your lives by relying on the item left behind by Longxian? Seeing the tortoise shell expanding rapidly in front of him, the demon god snorted coldly, and raised his demon sword again to slash it down. Boom! The demon sword landed on the tortoise shell and let out an earth-shattering roar. Terrifying sound waves spread out, as if the world had been turned upside down. Terrifying cracks appeared on the ground one after another, spreading horizontally and vertically like a giant spider web covering the entire area. In the region of the 3 continents Kyushu, countless living beings and devil religion cultivators who were fighting fiercely were hit by the invisible waves in an instant. They lost their balance and almost fell. At the same time, little Xingxing's mutated dragon body was violently pushed back and spat out a large mouthful of blood. The mutated dragon's originally powerful aura had now become extremely weak. The huge tortoise shell was also smashed into the ground with a loud bang and stuck into the ground sideways. More than half of it was gone. Long Xian's daughter, I'll kill you first to teach him a lesson. One day, I'll personally find him and lose Xiaoyu and take back everything I've done in the past. The demon god said coldly, and raised his demon sword again to slash at little Xingxing's head. The blood-red demon sword's radiance shot out with a ferocious aura as if it could slash through everything. Little Xingxing had lost the protection of the tortoise shell and could no longer resist the demon god's fatal attack. He couldn't gather his beast energy at all, and even the space around him was frozen. He could only watch as the blood-red demon sword grew larger and larger in his eyes and was about to hit him. Little Xingxing! Sister Xingxing! Du Tingxian, Du Xiaoyao, Jinqing Chun, Du Xiaolin, Du Xiaohuang, and the rest shouted at the same time. Their hearts seemed to have been clenched and raised to their throats. The fear in everyone's hearts was at its peak. Everyone was in despair. The demon god had not fully recovered from the injuries he received from Du Xiaofu's desperate attack. However, he was still a demon god after all. Even if he only had 1/10 or 2/10 of his original strength, he was still absolutely terrifying. Fu Bai and the other 4 heavenly saints were almost killed by his demon god's demon sword. With little Xingxing's heavily injured body, there was no way he could fight back. Perhaps, if this blade were to land, another top powerhouse would fall at the hands of the demon god. Little thing, die! The demon god roared with unconcealable joy in his voice. This was Long Xian's daughter. If he killed her, how heartbroken would Long Xian be? The more heartbroken Long Xian was, the happier he would be. Keek keek! The demon god could not help but laugh sinisterly at the thought of Long Xian's daughter's sorrowful expression. The demon's sword in his hand shot out an intense bloody light that had already enveloped the body of the mutant dragon. Just one more step and the little girl's body would explode in front of him. Her soul and body would be destroyed. However, at this moment, a ferocious roar came from the heavens and earth. It was like a sudden clap of thunder that drilled into everyone's minds. Roar! Dazzling golden light suddenly shot out and filled the sky, blooming in this area. The space exploded as a huge furry claw covered in golden fur reached out from the crack in the void. It was not much smaller than the demon's sword in the demon god's hand. The moment the claw appeared, it grabbed the demon's sword in the demon god's hand. The sound of metal clashing could be heard and a series of sparks appeared. The claw grabbed the demon's sword in its hand and broke it. Bang! The demon's sword was broken and turned into two pieces. One end was still in the demon god's hand. The other end was grabbed by the huge sharp claws and suddenly shot out like a bolt of lightning, piercing straight into the chest of the god-fiend, giving him no time to react. Thud, thud, thud! The god-fiend's incomparably majestic body was sent retreating. One after another, deep craters were created in the ground. When the boundless golden light disappeared, a huge beast's body appeared and came to little Xingxing's side, standing opposite the demon god. Taking advantage of this opportunity, little Xingxing also regained his freedom. The spatial restraints around him also disappeared. He could not help but swiftly retreat. He was still in a state of shock. Who are you? After the demon god steadied himself, his eyes narrowed and he looked at the huge beast in front of him cautiously. The huge beast's eyes were as red as cinnabar, and its body was covered in scales. Its claws were curved like hooks and its teeth were exposed outside its lips. It was as cold as a blade, and the smell of blood filled the air. The hair on one of its claws had been cut off and its flesh was twisted. Obviously, it had been injured by the demon's sword. However, this opponent had been able to easily disperse his full-force attack and save little Xingxing in the nick of time. Moreover, the demonic saber in his hand had been broken, and the broken saber had brazenly shot into his chest, causing him to be knocked back. The demon god had no choice but to treat such a terrifying opponent seriously. His strength was probably above the current him. It's you! Little Xingxing, Du Tingxian, Jin Qingchen and the others rejoiced at this sudden turn of events, but at the same time, they were astonished. Jiangchen, what are you doing here? Du Xiaoyao stepped forward and asked in surprise. Many people in the desolate country were familiar with this strange beast's body. It was Jiangchen's golden fur hoe. How can Jiangchen be so strong? He can actually force the demon god to retreat. Du Xiaojing, Yi Piaoling and the others looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Like Du Xiaofu, they only knew Jiangchen, but they didn't know his exact origins. No one could truly see through his strength. They never would have guessed that he'd become so strong that he could fight the demon god head-on. And it was precisely because of his sudden appearance that little Xingxing had been saved from the demon god's blade, saving him from death. I owe Du Xiaofu a favor. It's time to pay it back. You all retreat for now. Leave the demon god to me. Jiangchen's enormous beast head turned and looked at Du Tingxian. His gaze seemed to pierce through the invisible barrier and into the heaven-earth pouch, where a bloodless head lay quietly. Jiangchen's beastly eyes couldn't help but reveal a faint trace of sadness. Jiangchen, are you confident? Du Xiaoyao stared at the demon god, then asked. He knew how powerful the demon god was. With an indestructible body, he was practically unkillable. Even though Jiangchen had displayed his valiant side, Du Xiaoyao still couldn't relax. After all, no matter what, Jiangchen and Du Xiaofu still had a good relationship with the desolate nation. Over the years, he'd helped Du Xiaofu many times. Retreat. The demon god will undoubtedly die today. Jiangchen suddenly waved his claws, stirring up a fierce wind that swept little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, Du Tingxian, Jialo Jiayu, and the others away. In that instant, everyone's hearts were filled with incomparable shock. With a wave of Jiangchen's claws, they didn't have the slightest room to resist. They were sent flying far away. This feeling wasn't the slightest bit inferior to when facing the demon god. What terrifying strength! He should be confident. Let's just watch from here, Du Tingxian said softly as he landed in the distance, his gaze fixed on Jiangchen's golden hoe. Not long after they landed, East Immortal, West Yao, South Ru, North Addict, and Central Divinity were sent out by Jiangchen to do Xiaoyao and the others. When did Jiangchen's strength become so terrifying? Du Xiaoyao's eyes flashed, his heart filled with confusion. However, he didn't say anything. Instead, he quietly watched Jiangchen and the demon god in the distance. A golden hoe transformed from a zombie has actually reached such a level. How dare you interfere with my plans? Who exactly are you? The demon god's voice boomed as he stared at the enormous beast before him. The person who's going to kill you, Jiangchen replied coldly. His fur trembled, and a terrifying stench of blood swept through the air, filling the air. It was even more terrifying than the demon gods. Kill me? Even Lu Xiaoyu and Long Xian couldn't do it. You think you can? The demon god sneered. He'd never seen this person before and didn't know his origins. However, the strength he displayed made the demon god absolutely fearful. Moreover, he sensed a familiar aura from his opponent. This familiar aura seemed to have some sort of mysterious connection with him, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. It made him feel both confused and inexplicably fearful. However, the demon god wasn't afraid. After all, he had an immortal body. No matter how strong his opponent was, he'd definitely end up like Du Xiaofu. In the end, the one who died wouldn't be him. It's true that others can't kill you, but I can. As soon as Jiangchen finished speaking, he didn't waste any more words. He raised his sharp claws and charged at the demon god. His two bestial arms waved through the air, his claws tearing through the air. 10 terrifying rifts appeared in the air. A sharp aura shot out, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of the demon god. Strength surpassing the Sky Sage realm? Du Xiaofu died before me. I don't mind killing one more. The demon god snorted coldly. Balls of dark demonic chi gathered in each of his hands, condensing into something solid. Then, he suddenly thrust his hands forward. 2 balls of demonic chi rapidly transformed into 2 incomparably enormous black demonic chi palms. They blotted out the sky and attacked Jiangchen's claws. Even at your peak, I wouldn't fear you. Besides, you've already died at Du Xiaofu's hands. You're far from recovered. You're no match for me, Jiangchen said harshly. His claws were sharp and unstoppable. They brazenly clawed at the demon god's demonic chi palms. Rip! The 2 palms were instantly torn apart. Jiangchen's claws violently twisted them, causing them to explode. They formed 2 terrifying storms of energy that swept across heaven and earth. Die! The demon god roared. He suddenly waved one of his arms. It was like a heavenly pillar, pressing down on the sky with a whistling sound. The front of his arm clenched into a fist and smashed towards Jiangchen. Roar! Jiangchen roared. His head of golden fur fluttered in the wind. He leapt into the air. At the same time, his sharp claws struck out again. He didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he met the demon god's fist head-on. Chapter 2664. Translator, H2DH2 Mr. With a loud rumble, the demon god's body was sent flying backward. The burly figure was constantly retreating like a moving mountain, emitting a terrifying tremor. As for Jiangchen's golden fur hoe, he merely retreated 2 steps before coming to a stop. Between his claws, strands of blood-black demonic chi swirled, constantly eroding his strength. After the hazy golden light burst out, all the demonic chi was instantly crushed and dissipated into nothingness. What a powerful physical body! The demon god's eyes narrowed. The back of his hand was a bloody mess, and his fingers trembled. Obviously, he'd suffered a great deal of shock from the exchange of blows. Kill! Jiangchen let out a piercing roar. Like the sound of the heavens, it pierced through one's primordial spirit, and caused one's heart to tremble. His golden fur danced wildly in the wind, and his eyes glowed with a strange, ominous light. His incomparably ugly face bared its fangs, making him look incomparably malevolent. The golden fur hose feet shattered the void, then he twisted his body and charged at the demon god again. "I'd like to see just who you are," the demon god snorted. His strength hadn't fully recovered. Although he'd been at a disadvantage in his fight with Jiangchen, he wasn't afraid. As soon as he finished speaking, he brandished his fists and charged towards Jiangchen. Their fists collided violently. The two terrifying sovereigns instantly engaged in a terrifying battle. Their simple fists and palms caused space to overturn, mountains and rivers to crack, and heaven and earth to tremble endlessly. Violent gales swept out in all directions, destroying everything in their path. Every living creature in this realm retreated far, far away. Nobody dared approach the battlefield for fear of being caught up in the aftermath. Even the 8 demon emperors were no exception. They'd long since fled into the distance. Faced with such terrifying might, they weren't willing to rashly face it. Where exactly did Jiangchen come from? How could he possess such terrifying strength? In the distance, Du Xiaoyao, Du Tingxian, and the others exchanged glances. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. They were well aware of the demon god's strength. All of their sky sages and half-step sky sages combined, a total of 20 peerless experts, hadn't been able to withstand a single blow from him. And now, Jiangchen was suppressing the demon god. He had the absolute advantage. Du Xiaoyao's suspicions filled her heart. Since she'd met Jiangchen, he'd rarely appeared in front of the world. It seemed he'd been searching for his own origins. No one would have thought that at the final moment of the calamity, when the demonic sect was about to wipe out all the top experts, he would suddenly appear on the battlefield and save everyone. Does he already know where he came from? Du Xiaoyao couldn't help but guess. I'm afraid this is the only explanation. If that was true, his origins demon gods, he's... Roar! In the distance, Jiangchen let out a terrifying roar, shattering the void. The golden lion's body trembled, emitting crimson smoke. It burned in the air, stirring up a terrifying, fiendish aura. After forcing the demon god back once more, Jiangchen gave chase. His iron-like claws pierced into the demon god's chest. A terrifying force burst forth, and the arm covered in golden hair suddenly pulled. Rip! A huge chunk of flesh was instantly torn off from the Fiend Celestial's body. Fiend Celestial blood flowed out like a stream. Roar! The demon god roared again and again. His injuries weren't light. His enormous face was instantly filled with intense anger. His demonic eyes glared at Jiangchen's golden lion, rippling with intense killing intent. I don't care who you are. You'll pay with your life for what you've done today. The demon god howled in anger, ignoring the wound on his chest. His 2 extremely thick thighs took a step forward and stomped on the ground, producing loud booms. Unable to restrain his anger, his hands moved quickly, once again condensing a blood-red devil saber, and he held it tightly. The blood-red demonic blade released an incomparably savage aura. The demon god raised his hands and slashed downwards, as if he wanted to split the heavens and earth. A terrifying fissure appeared in space, extending all the way to Jiangchen. Humph! If you were at your peak in the past, I might have been helpless against you. But now you've already died once at Du Xiaofu's hands. How are you going to fight me? Jiangchen snorted coldly. However, he didn't waste any more words. Instead, he leapt into the air, brazenly charged forward, and plunged headfirst into the spatial crack. He didn't even think about dodging. Instead, he charged at the demonic blade. His sharp, curved claws crisscrossed, brazenly grabbing the demonic blade. With a bang, the demonic saber was broken into pieces again, leaving only half of it still in the hands of the demonic god. Jiangchen, on the other hand, didn't slow down in the slightest. He continued to charge towards the demon god. Die! The demon god roared. The remaining half of his blade glowed with blood-red light, and slashed at Jiangchen's body. Die! Jiangchen shrieked. Before the demon god's blade could reach him, he'd already grabbed the demon god's wrists with his claws. The golden-haired Ho's body stepped on the stars as it steadily spread out in the void. Then, a monstrous force burst out from its arms as it twisted its body and swung the demon god's incomparably towering body over its shoulders, smashing it fiercely onto the ground. After a boom sound, the sky was filled with dust and dirt, and it sputtered everywhere. Another enormous crater appeared in the ground. This one was even deeper than the one the demon god had created when he fell from the sky. Jiangchen didn't stop. His body suddenly shot forward like lightning, instantly appearing on the demon god's broad chest. He raised his claws again and tore at the demon god's wounds. Rip! A huge hole appeared in the demon god's sturdy body, revealing the demon god's pulsing organs. Boundless, blood-black demonic chi gushed out, carrying with it an intense corrosive power. However, when this corrosive power landed on Jiangchen's body, it was blocked by his fur. It couldn't penetrate his body at all. Such a scene naturally fell into the eyes of everyone. Countless experts were shocked and shocked. The demon god was actually beaten up. How terrifying! Where did this person come from? How can he be so terrifying? I hope he can kill the demon god. An expert like this should have a chance. Not necessarily. The demon god has an undying body. Even the Rock Emperor couldn't truly kill him. The Rock Emperor already killed the demon god once. I'm afraid he's only 20 to 30% as strong as before. There should be hope. Many experts were discussing among themselves, and all of them felt extremely shocked. The demon god was such a terrifying existence, yet someone had actually been able to ruthlessly trample him. However, they also knew that the demon god's current strength was no longer as strong as it had been before. While these people were shocked, the 8 demon emperors couldn't help but palpitate. How can someone be so terrifying? Apart from Du Xiaofu, who else could be a match for the demon god? This person has a close relationship with Du Xiaofu, but I didn't know that he would appear at this time. If he had come earlier, with him and Du Xiaofu joining forces, Lord Devil God would be in deep trouble. The current situation isn't optimistic. The demon god has consumed too much energy and is no match for him. If this continues, who knows what will happen? What should we do? Should we lend the demon god a hand or two? Given our strength, if we rashly charge in, I'm afraid we won't be of much use other than throwing our lives away. No! We can't just stand by and watch. Nothing must happen to the demon god. After some discussion, the 8 demon emperors immediately came to a decision. The demon god was far too important to the devil religion. If anything happened to him in Jiangchen's hands, the devil religion would cease to exist. He'd barely managed to survive Du Xiaofu's mutual destruction. He absolutely couldn't allow any more mishaps to occur. Kill! The great demon emperor growled. Without the slightest hesitation, he took the lead and charged towards Jiangchen. When the other 7 demon emperors saw this, they wasted no time and followed suit. Just as they were about to move, another wave of ferocious energy rippled through the air. Immediately after, an incomparably sinister laugh rang out, landing in the ears of the 8 demon emperors. Kiki! The 8 demon emperors? This isn't a place for you to act arrogantly. As soon as the voice rang out, a boundless blood-red light erupted from the sky. After that, 2 slender figures stepped out and swiftly blocked the path of the 8 demon emperors. It's you! When the 8 demon emperors saw these 2 people, they were instantly stunned. They knew these 2 people. In their early years, they'd had many dealings with them. Apart from Dongli Qiwang and Xinyan, who else could they be? In fact, the 8 demon emperors weren't the only ones who were shocked. Many of the living beings in the distance were stunned at first, then they instantly burst into an uproar. How can it be them? How is this possible? Dongli Qiwang from the Great Luan sect and Xinyan from the Profound Talisman sect. How did these 2 people end up together? It seems like they have a deep relationship with Jiangchen. What's going on? Wasn't Dongli Qiwang killed by the Rock Emperor back then? How is this possible? Who exactly are they? Countless experts murmured as they vied with one another for discussion. Many people knew that Dongli Qiwang had been killed by Du Xiaofu in the Great Lun sect many years ago. However, they didn't expect him to come back to life at such a time and appear on the battlefield of the devil religion's great calamity. As for Xinyan, he'd gone missing a long time ago. No one in the Profound Talisman sect knew his whereabouts. Small fries like you aren't qualified to attack Lord Jiangqin. Massacre the universe. After Dongli Qiwang tore through the air, he coldly looked at the 8 demon emperors and said. At the same time, he raised his hands in the air with his palms facing up. Bloody murderous aura surged out. On the ground, the boundless mountain of corpses and rivers of blood suddenly trembled at this moment. An endless amount of death chi rose and rapidly gathered toward the hooded figure. Then, a bright black ball of light formed in front of him. Within it, countless malicious ghost heads appeared. The hoarse cries of Yin spirits reverberated as if they wanted to bite and devour everything. These malicious ghost heads roared ferociously as they charged towards the 8 demon emperors. This ability. The eyes of the 8 demon emperors shook at the same time. They were extremely shocked by Dongli Qiwang's ability once more. Because it wasn't difficult for them to discern that this ability was evil, strange, ferocious, and extremely similar to the devil religion. However, it seemed to be even more profound than the devil religion. You actually intend to attack Lord Jiangqin? Looks like you don't know how to write the word death. After Qi Li and Qi Huang attacked, Xinyan attacked as well. Countless ferocious auras spiraled around him swiftly while numerous tiny talisman markings arranged themselves and enveloped his entire body. Countless talisman markings revolved according to a strange trajectory and formed the body of a ferocious ghost that was 30 kilometers tall. I'd like to see what kind of ability you two, who are neither human nor ghost, have. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? After his initial shock, the Grand Devil Emperor swiftly calmed down and grunted coldly as he spoke to Dongli Qiwang and Xinyan. At the same time, the other 8 demon emperors moved as well. All of them pounced forward and joined forces to attack the 2 of them. Roar! The ferocious ghost that Xinyan had transformed into had a ferocious expression as a loud roar resounded from his bloody mouth, and it shook the heavens. As he opened his mouth, surging and dense stench sprayed out, and it carried a terrifying aura that corroded everything. In the heavens and the earth, the remaining vitality of the plants in the distance that had withered in the flames of battle was completely extracted and transformed into powder that drifted down. It wasn't just that, even some comparatively weaker living beings and members of the devil religion felt the vitality within their bodies ceaselessly flowing away, and it transformed into a torrent that surged into Xinyan's body. Xinyan roared as he took a step forward, and the heavens and the earth trembled violently. He held a battle axe that was like a mountain in his hand, and it fluctuated with the color of blood. A terrifying and vicious aura whistled out as he chopped it down towards the demon emperors. Who do all of you think you are? How dare all of you challenge me? Xinyan spoke in a grim voice as the blood-red battle axe in his hand swept out horizontally, and it directly swept towards the Grand Devil Emperor's scaly claws. Pooh! A few severed fingers fell from midair, and strands of devil blood sprayed out. Meanwhile, the battle axe's might didn't decrease in the slightest, and it slashed through the blood-red scythe in the hands of the 4th Devil Emperor. After the 2 blood-red rays of light collided, the blood-red scythe directly dispersed and transformed into surging devil chi, and it was completely absorbed by the battle axe. So strong! The Grand Devil Emperor and the 4th Devil Emperor retreated explosively at the same time, and their eyes revealed astonishment. However, this wasn't the only thing that was shocking. The ghost heads condensed by Dongli Qiwang were madly pouncing and biting the 2nd Devil Emperor, the 5th Devil Emperor, and the 6th Devil Emperor. The sharp teeth bit fiercely all over their bodies and absorbed the devil blood within them. The 2nd Devil Emperor, the 5th Devil Emperor, and the 6th Devil Emperor screamed miserably, and every one of them continuously bombarded the ghost heads. However, there were simply too many ghost heads, and it was impossible to exterminate all of them in a short period of time. These two are too strong. I'm afraid they've also reached the peak of the Heavenly Saint stage. We can't fight them head-on. Retreat quickly. The Grand Devil Emperor shouted in a deep voice, and he instantly retreated into the distance with a bloody black claw in his hand. After a long struggle, the second Devil Emperor, the fifth Devil Emperor, and the sixth Devil Emperor finally broke free from the entanglement of countless ghost heads and finally broke free. They gathered together with the other Devil Emperors, and their minds were in a battle. What's going on? Du Xiaoyao, Du Tingxian, and the others were extremely shocked when they saw this scene. For those who were extremely close to Du Xiaofu, they'd all heard Du Xiaofu talk about Dongli Qi Wang and Qinyan. They knew that Jiangchen had rescued them from his sword. But who would have thought that when the two of them reappeared, they'd become so strong? Even when 8 Devil Emperors joined forces, they'd been defeated so miserably. Perhaps their current strength was no less than Du Xiaofu's when he hadn't been augmented by Imperial Qi and had yet to fully integrate the laws of lightning. I told you long ago, you'd undoubtedly die today. Jiangchen's voice rang out in the distance. His battle with the demon god was still ongoing. However, by this time, it was already a one-sided slaughter. The demon god's colossal body was already in tatters. Jiangchen's sharp claws tore off chunks of flesh, revealing eerie bone stubble. His internal organs were all exposed, and his chest and back were completely translucent. The demon god screamed in agony. He rolled on the ground with all his might, trying to break free from Jiangchen's grasp. However, Jiangchen's powerful iron claws fell again and again, causing his body to wither to the brink of collapse. I have an undying body. You'll never be able to kill me. The demon god roared madly, and waves of violent demonic chi burst forth from his body. However, when this demonic energy landed on Jiangchen's body, it only caused minimal damage. It was practically negligible. I told you before, no one in this world can truly kill you, but I can. Jiangchen replied coldly. He stomped one foot on the ground and the other on the demon god's chest. Then, he wrapped his arms around the demon god's head and viciously tore it apart. Rip! Just like that, the demon god's head was torn off and held in Jiangchen's hands. I'm undying. No one can kill me. The demon god continued to howl in utter madness. This time, however, Jiangchen didn't respond. Instead, the golden ho's body shook violently, and the bloody maw on his hideous face suddenly opened wide. Roar! Suddenly, a powerful suction force erupted from Jiangchen's mouth. It was as if he could devour the heavens and the earth. All of the surrounding rocks and debris tumbled into his mouth. Even the boundless expanse of space exploded and was sucked into his mouth. Chapter 2665. Huff, huff, huff. Jiangchen's crimson eyes widened, and he opened his mouth wide. His sharp teeth pierced the air, making for an incredibly sinister sight. A terrifying suction force burst forth, forming a hurricane vortex. Everything in the world churned and howled as they were sucked into his mouth. The void distorted and exploded, as if he was about to swallow the entire world. It was incomparably terrifying. Everyone on the battlefield had long since retreated to a faraway place to watch. However, under the powerful suction force, many couldn't stand still and were constantly being pulled. No! In Jiangchen's hands, the demon god's face contorted savagely. He howled miserably, as if he'd sensed something terrifying. Dense demonic energy enveloped his head, resisting with all its might. However, as time passed, the demonic energy changed shape under the suction force of Jiangchen's mouth. In the end, it was torn apart. A ball of blood-black light was pulled out of the demon god's head. It burst forth with incomparably powerful force, trying to escape. However, as the wind howled, the ball of blood-black light was pulled toward Jiangchen's mouth. No! No! The ball of blood-black light was the demon god's primordial spirit. The demon god's blood-curdling screams rang out from within. At this moment, he finally felt intense fear. I know. I know. It's you! So it's you! How could it be you? The demon god screamed continuously, as if he'd recognized Jiangchen's true identity. His voice was filled with indescribable panic. However, Jiangchen ignored his emotions. Instead, his mouth burst forth with even more ferocious suction force. No! As the demon god's final screams came to an abrupt end, his primordial spirit was swallowed into Jiangchen's mouth. Huff, huff! Jiangchen swallowed the demon god's primordial spirit in one gulp, then closed his lips. The powerful suction force dissipated, and the howling of the storm gradually died down. Only the howling of the wind was left, howling powerlessly. Countless living beings were bewildered by this scene. They had no idea what was going on. The demon god. His primordial spirit was swallowed? Could it be that the demon god died just like that? Who is this Jiangchen? Why is he so terrifying? How could he die so easily? Many people stared at Jiangchen, flabbergasted. The golden-furred Ho hovered in the air, emanating an incomparably bloody aura. Black demonic flames burned on his body, but Jiangchen's crimson smoke suppressed them and quickly extinguished them. As the process continued, Jiangchen's aura grew stronger and stronger. However, when it reached a certain peak, there seemed to be some kind of invisible force suppressing his body and tightly restraining him, causing the aura that gushed out from him to be suppressed. Lord Demon God! In the distance, the 8 demon emperors stared at Jiangchen in shock, as if they'd been struck by lightning. They could clearly feel that the demonic god's aura was constantly weakening as it was being refined by the golden fur Ho. As time slowly passed, it finally quieted down. Not a single ripple was emitted. How could this be? How could this be? Lord Demon God is really dead. He has an indestructible body. Even experts like Lu Xiaoyu and Long Xian couldn't truly kill him. How did this person do it? The devil religion is truly finished. The 8 demon emperors spoke one after another, their hearts filled with shock. To them, the demon god was truly indestructible. Even after Du Xiaofu burned his origin laws, he still hadn't been able to kill him. Even experts like the ruler of the 3,000 universes and Long Xian could, at most, seal the demon god for eternity. They'd never be able to truly kill him. And yet Jiangchen had done it. This was simply unbelievable. Although they still didn't want to admit it, the demon god's primordial spirit had indeed been swallowed into Jiangchen's stomach. He'd continuously refined it until it became his own power. Kiki, your Lord Demon God is dead. Next, it's your turn. Dongli Qiwang looked at the 8 demon emperors and laughed sinisterly. 8 Sky Saint Stage demon emperors. The power on you must be incomparably majestic. To us, you'll be of great help. If I devour all of you, it'll definitely allow my cultivation to advance further. Xinyan also used a cold gaze to look at the 8 demon emperors. As the 2 of them spoke, their figures swiftly swept out and suddenly attacked the 8 demon emperors. Oh no! Let's retreat quickly, the great demon emperor said in a panic. His petite body turned and fled into the distance. The other 7 demon emperors didn't dare to delay either. They'd all witnessed Dongli Qiwang and Xinyan's strength. It was absolutely not something the 8 of them could match. Now that the demon god's primordial spirit had been swallowed by Jiangchen and became his nourishment, the devil religion wouldn't be able to stir up any great waves anymore. If they didn't seize the opportunity to escape now, probably none of the 8 of them would be able to leave in the end. Kiki, can you escape? When Dongli Qiwang and Xinyan saw this, how could they let them off easily? They immediately chased after them. Terrifying attacks struck out one after another, causing the 8 demon emperors to be in an extremely sorry state. However, the strengths of the 8 great devil emperors were at the heavenly saint realm as well, and they weren't much weaker than Xinyan and the Eastern Flame Crimson Phoenix. So, if they really intended to flee, then it would be impossible for Xinyan and the Eastern Flame Crimson Phoenix to annihilate all of them. After a round of pursuit, only the 8th Demon Emperor and the 9th Demon Emperor were intercepted. The other 6 demon emperors fled with all their might. Just a few worms, let's get rid of them as soon as possible. At this moment, Jiangchen's eyes narrowed as he turned around. The golden hose feet stomped on the ground and charged out swiftly. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the 6 demon emperors. His sharp claws slashed out and tore numerous pitch-black marks in the air. In the end, they descended on the great demon emperor, the 2nd demon emperor, the 4th demon emperor, and the others. Hiss! The bodies of the 6 demon emperors were torn apart like ragged sacks. 6 primordial spirits charged out of their bodies and displayed swift speed once more as they charged into the distance. Your primordial spirits aren't weak. Leave them behind! Jiangchen grunted, and then he opened his mouth and sucked once more. An enormous force swept out and howled. The primordial spirits of the 6 demon emperors weren't able to resist at all, and they were instantly swallowed into Jiangchen's stomach. Waves of fluctuations emanated from Jiangchen's body, and then their primordial spirits were swiftly obliterated and transformed into the purest form of energy that was refined and absorbed by Jiangchen. At the same time, the Eastern Flame Crimson Phoenix and Qinyan had annihilated the 8 and 9 Devil Emperors as well. The 2 of them held the primordial spirits of 2 demon emperors in their palms, and formidable force surged out and slowly refined them. Numerous shrill cries that shook the heavens and the earth resounded. They were indescribably miserable and pierced through the primordial spirits of others. However, it wasn't long before the primordial spirits in Dongli Qihuang and Xinyan's hands dimmed down, and their auras gradually vanished. That terrifying energy was all sucked dry by them and drilled into their bodies. This scene stunned the experts of the 3 continents and Kyushu. Everyone who was strong enough to witness this scene widened their eyes, disbelief written all over their faces. The demon god is dead! He killed the 8 demon emperors in an instant. How can he be so strong? Jiangchen actually devoured the demon god with an indestructible body. What's going on here? Countless people's mouths hung open as they muttered in shock. However, Jiangchen ignored their discussion. After devouring the primordial spirits of the 6 demon emperors, his body flashed with light, and he transformed into a young man about 30 years old. He was incomparably handsome. His lavender robes fluttered elegantly, outlining his slender figure. He was extraordinarily handsome. Jiangchen! In the distance, Du Xiaoyao gazed at the young man and called out softly. I have to thank Du Xiaofu. If he hadn't exhausted the demon god's energy to the limit, given his strength, even I wouldn't have been able to truly kill him. At most, we'd have fought to a standstill. Jiangchen glanced at Du Xiaoyao, then turned his gaze to Du Tingxian. He took a deep look at the qianquan pouch on his body. On that young and handsome face, there was a hint of sadness, but it was quickly concealed. The demon god is dead. The calamity is over. I've repaid the favor I owe you. Jiangchen's gaze pierced through the invisible barriers and landed on Du Xiaofu's remaining head in the qianquan pouch. After that, he flicked his sleeve lightly, and he directly carried Dongli Qihuang and Qinyan along as he instantly vanished on the spot. Jiang dash. Du Xiaoyao wanted to say something, but as soon as the words left her mouth, they were forcefully choked back in her throat. At that moment, Jiangchen's trio had already appeared in the clouds. High up in the sky, a fierce thunderclap suddenly rang out and exploded, revealing an enormous spatial fissure that resembled the gaping maw of a demon god. Then, Jiangchen's trio dove into it and disappeared without a trace. The enormous spatial fissure quickly closed and returned to its original appearance. In the end, Du Xiaoyao didn't say anything. Although she had many questions in her heart, Jiangchen's departure had been too straightforward, without any hint of reluctance. Rumble. Suddenly, an enormous rumble resounded between heaven and earth. All of the living beings looked up and saw that the boundless red clouds in the sky had suddenly begun to disperse on a large scale. The devil religion's tribulation clouds have begun to disperse. Many experts couldn't help but exclaim at the sight of this scene. Many days ago, half of the red clouds and the other half of the bright sea of lightning had appeared between heaven and earth. It was also at that time that the curtains of the great calamity had been lifted. All living beings in this world had fallen into a bitter battle against the devil religion. With the appearance of Du Xiaofu and the demon god, the great calamity had been pushed to its most powerful state. The boundless red clouds loomed high up in the sky, like the shadow of death that followed them at all times. Now, before everyone's eyes, the red clouds that filled the sky quickly stretched out and retreated, dissipating in large swaths. What followed was the appearance of a clear, azure sky. Clouds scattered in all directions, incomparably beautiful. Is the great calamity over, just like that? The demon god is dead, the devil kings are dead as well. The great calamity is over. Really? The devil religion's calamity, its endless slaughter, is over just like that. Many experts spoke in a daze. They felt as if a lifetime had passed, as if all of this was just an illusion. It was like a dream. Ever since the first devil king escaped, ever since the demon god's primordial spirit broke through the seal, everyone knew that they were about to face the most terrifying calamity. No one could guarantee that they would survive in the end. But at this moment, all the surviving experts felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their hearts. It's over. It's finally over. The great calamity is over, the demon god is dead, the great calamity is really over. Ha ha! The great calamity is over. After the initial disbelief, the living beings couldn't help but burst into cheers. Everyone was excited and incomparably carefree. Some people could not help but cry bitterly, snot and tears flowing down their cheeks. While rejoicing that they had survived the calamity, many people sighed deeply. So many people died, and they won't be able to come back to life. So many experts died under the devil religion's blade, even the Rock Emperor was killed. If it weren't for the Rock Emperor, the terrifying devil religion would have wiped out this world long ago. Many people looked gloomy, and they were secretly heartbroken. The loved ones and friends of those who had died all felt a deep pain in their hearts. The devil religion has to pay the price of annihilation for all of this. Not a single person from the devil religion can be allowed to survive in this world. Suddenly, someone spoke sternly. His eyes were red as he looked at the survivors of the devil religion, who were also in shock, emitting a strong murderous intent. Kill the people of the devil religion without mercy. All of them must die, and none of them can be spared. Blood debts can only be repaid with blood. The devil religion shall disappear from this world from now on. Kill. Eliminate the devil religion, and pay with blood. Avenge the countless heroic spirits who died in battle. Kill. Use the blood of the devil religion as a sacrifice to the Rock Emperor's soul in heaven. Instantly, the entire Kyushu realm of the 3 continents erupted into a fierce battle again. The boundless hatred accumulated in the hearts of living beings had to be vented with the blood of the people of the devil religion. For the devil religion, the demon gods and many demon emperors were already dead, and they no longer had the strength to cause any trouble. In the face of the conquest of so many living beings, they could only flee for their lives. Kill. Countless people raised their swords and sabers as they chased after the remnants of the devil sect. Shouts of killing, the sound of weapons slicing through flesh, and the sound of explosions were heard one after another. This one-sided massacre would definitely continue for a long time. High in the sky, all the red clouds had already retreated, revealing an empty sky. On the horizon, the light of the setting sun shone, spreading over the clouds that filled the sky with a blood-red color, contrasting with the endless mountains of corpses and seas of blood in this world. Chapter 2666. Dilapidated city walls, collapsed palaces, withered ancient trees. The desolate country was the same as the other places in this world. After being baptized by the devil religion, it was filled with a sense of decay. Only a rough outline of the stone city was left in the midst of the ruins. The buildings were beyond recognition. The only place that was slightly better preserved was probably the desolate country's imperial palace. However, this kind of completeness was only relative. Most of the originally magnificent and solemn palaces had collapsed at this time, and only a few scattered places were still preserved. Among them was the Du family's ancestral house. In the horizon, the remaining light of the setting sun had dissipated. Only a dim light shone, and the entire world was hazy. Creak! There was the sound of a door being pushed open. A door in the Du family's ancestral house was gently pushed open. Du Tingxian, Han Aodong, Du Xiaojing, Du Zhenwu, Du Zhixiong, Du Xiaoman, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, Du Xiaba, Du Xiaohuang, and the others filed in and stood in the middle of the hall. Behind them were Dongli Qingqing, O Yangshuang, Su Muxing, Qi Yeshi, Yi Zijing, Zi Xian, Sema Muhan, Du Xiaoqing, Yi Wuming, Murong Yoro, and the others. Third uncle, will there really be a miracle if we do this? Du Xiaoman's pretty face was filled with sorrow. Her pair of dim eyes looked at Du Tingxian as she could not help but ask. I don't know either, but I want to try. Du Tingxian did not look at Du Xiaoman. He only said softly. Then, with a flip of his wrist, he took out an item from his heaven-earth bag. It was Du Xiaofu's remaining head. Father! Woo, brother Xiaofu! Seeing Du Xiaofu's head being taken out, everyone behind Du Tingxian burst into tears in an instant. Especially Han Aodong, Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaohuang, Du Xiaolin, and the others. They immediately burst into tears as if their hearts and lungs were being torn apart. O Yangshuang, Dongli Qingqing, and the other girls were all in grief. Their tears fell like beads. Du Zhenwu, Du Zhixiong, Du Yunlong, and Jin Qingchun were no exception. My father will definitely come back. Beside Du Tingxian, Little Star's large eyes were completely red. There was a sparkling light brewing within them. However, he forcefully endured it and did not cry out. Instead, he solemnly vowed, Brother will definitely come back. Do, and the others. Neen ___ do. Do and do was do's do and do. Let's hope there will be another miracle. Du Tingxian gazed at Du Xiaofu's face thoughtfully. On the pale, bloodless face, Du Xiaofu had closed his eyes, and the hideous look on his face was gone. His lips were even curled up a little bit, as if he had sensed the end of the catastrophe of the devil religion, and was therefore overjoyed. After a long time, Du Tingxian took a deep breath and stepped forward slowly. His body also released a stream of aura that spread out in the air. In front of him, there was a stone coffin. As Du Tingxian walked forwards, under the push of his aura, the stone tiles began to creak as the lid of the stone coffin began to slowly open. Du Tingxian walked to the side of the stone coffin, held Du Xiaofu's head, and gently put it into the stone coffin. Woo! In the central room, everyone was crying even harder. They all rushed to the edge of the stone coffin and looked at the face of the young man lying inside quietly. Get out of the way! Du Tingxian said with a sigh. Hearing this, everyone still looked at Du Xiaofu reluctantly for the last time, but they all stepped aside obediently. Then, in front of their eyes, Du Tingxian stretched out his hands. With a click, the stone lid gently closed. Xiaofu! Brother! Father! Han Aodong, Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaolin, and the others all sobbed. They were very sad. Although they were full of hope and hope that Du Xiaofu would wake up again one day, they also knew that it all depended on a miracle. It was very likely that they would never see the existence of that young man again in the future. His physical body has been destroyed, and only his head is left. His primordial spirit has been burned up. Is there really a miracle? Du Tingxian looked at the tightly sealed stone coffin and could not help but sigh in his heart. In fact, not only Du Tingxian, but everyone behind him also knew this. They knew that the possibility of Du Xiaofu coming back to life was too slim. Although everyone knew this in their hearts, none of them were willing to say it out loud. No matter what, they had to leave some hope for themselves, for the Du family, for the desolate country, and for many people in this world. This stone coffin is an ancient object. It has always been placed in the Du family's ancestral hall. No one knows its exact origins, but I think it should be related to the Du family's ancestors. Let's wait and see. Who knows when Xiaofu will come back? Du Tingxian faced the crowd and forced a smile as he said this. The reason why he said this was indeed based on evidence. It was not fabricated out of thin air. When Du Xiaofu was young, Du Tingxian would often carry him into this stone coffin to sleep. It was also because of this that Du Xiaofu's rise was achieved step by step, and he was able to awaken the Du family's lightning martial vein. And this lightning martial vein was engraved by the Du family's ancestors. For it to awaken in Du Xiaofu's body, it might be closely related to this stone coffin. Therefore, Du Tingxian wanted to give it a try, hoping to obtain a miracle from this ancient stone coffin. Let's go. Let Xiaofu be alone for a while. Du Junwu said softly and waved his hand at the crowd. All these years, he has endured too much alone. This time, let him have a good rest. Du Jixiong sighed softly. Under Du Junwu's signal, he slowly turned around and walked out of the door. That's right. Let him rest. But when he wakes up again, I'm afraid he will continue to make trouble. Yi Wuming followed closely behind Du Jixiong and turned around. As he spoke, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth into a slight smile. Let him make trouble. Anyway, this world can't trap him anymore. Let him go out and make trouble, Du Jixiong said. After saying this, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. But everyone present could hear how much sadness and grief was hidden in this laughter. Xiaoba, let's go and wait for my father's return. Little Xingxing held Du Xiaohuan and little Kailan in each hand. After calling Du Xiaoba, the four of them left together. The remnants of the devil religion in the outside world haven't been cleared up yet. I'll go and kill them first. Du Xiaoyao turned around domineeringly. In a burst of golden light, his figure directly escaped into the sky. Wait for me. Jin Qingchun called out, and then he disappeared from where he stood. Then Du Xiaojing, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman and the others flew out one after another and swept into the distance. Outside the house, Jialo Jiuyu, Yi Piaoling, Qiangu Yu and the others also followed. Soon, the rest of the people also walked out of the Du family's ancestral hall. Suddenly, it became extremely quiet. The sun set and the moon rose. Night covered the earth. The whole stone city of the Huang country also seemed quiet. After sending Du Xiaofu into the stone coffin, most of the experts left to pursue the remnants of the devil religion. The next day, under the arrangement of Yi Wuming, the stone city became lively again. Countless figures appeared, bustling about in various places. Huge stones and thick logs were continuously moved here. The stone city entered the stage of repair after the great calamity. For cultivators, building a palace was a waste of talent. But when it was really done, the speed was astonishing. In just a few days, the entire stone city and the entire imperial palace were brand new. Palaces stood tall and the roads were paved. The layout was exactly the same as before. The stone city doesn't need to engrave arrays in the future. With the current strength of the Huang country, I'm afraid no one will dare to provoke us. Yi Wuming looked at everything familiar and muttered. The dragon veins that were broken in the war still need to be connected. No matter what, the Huang country's luck cannot be damaged. Murong Yoro said from the side. She had a slender waist and white hands. Yes, perhaps the dragon chi of the Huang country's imperial palace can have some unexpected effects. Yi Wuming tilted his head and looked at the Du family's ancestral hall. Murong Yurua softly nodded her head in agreement. She knew that the unexpected effects that Oldie was talking about was Du Xiaofu, who was placed in the stone coffin. Regardless of whether the imperial palace's dragon chi could really have an effect, they had to try. It was not a bad thing. By the way, Oldie Baing has been found. Murong Yorua said softly as she reached out and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. In the fierce battle a few days ago, Du Xiaofu had been worshipped by all the living beings in the world. He had attracted the most powerful imperial chi and reached the peak of the heavenly saint realm. He had used the desolate country's new seal, Baing, to fight against the demon god. But in the end, under the demon god's attack, Baing was sent flying. In the midst of the great battle, no one had the mind to search for his whereabouts. And after the great calamity ended, Du Tingxian had immediately found him. It's good that you found him. I'll go find someone to connect the dragon veins, Oldie said as he hurriedly turned and left. With the desolate country's current strength, connecting the dragon veins was naturally not a problem. With a half-step heavenly saint expert like Jinqing Chun, everything would be easy. After a few days, Du Xiaoyao, Jialo Jiuyu Yipiaoling, Diunlong, Changguyu, Jinqing Chun, and the others had all returned from outside. The demon god and several demon emperors were all dead. The devil religion was defeated like a landslide. They could only be ruthlessly slaughtered. And with the addition of many half-step heavenly saint experts, it was like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It was difficult for the people of the devil religion to even escape. In a few days, most of the remnants of the devil religion had been killed. Only a few unsightly clowns were still hiding everywhere, struggling at death's door. However, the other forces in this world continued to wipe out the devil religion. They swore to uproot the devil religion and not let a single one of them go. After Jinqi Chun returned, he immediately used a tyrannical method to connect the dragon veins. In an instant, the incomparably majestic imperial palace's dragon she rolled in once again and gathered in the desolate country's imperial palace. At the same time, Baing was placed in a large hall. He floated gently and exuded a domineering and majestic aura. However, many of the desolate country's experts could see that Baing had suffered serious injuries. Under the attack of the demon god, the power that he had accumulated over many years had been greatly reduced. It would take a long time for him to reach his previous peak, or even surpass it. On the 7th day after the great calamity ended, which was also the 7th day after Du Xiaofu's death, the desolate country became even more lively. Countless experts poured into the stone city and arrived at the imperial palace. Disciples of the Mahis clan are here to pay respects to the Rock Emperor. Under Hu Xuanhu's lead, Mo Runin and the other survivors of the Mahis clan came to greet them. They bowed to Du Tingxian and the others who came out to greet them. Disciples of the Confucian school are here to pay respects to the witch sovereign. Meng Qianhe, Kong Sansi, and the others of the Confucian school arrived soon after. With the arrival of these two people, the space outside the stone city constantly fluctuated violently, and one figure after another walked out of it. The Phoenix clan is here to pay respects to the Rock Emperor. The ancient wilderness continent's human sacred temple is here to pay respects to the human emperor. Shan State's Saman Sword sect is here to pay respects to the Rock Emperor. The ancient wilderness continent's Beast Alliance is here to pay respects to the Rock Emperor. Disciples of the Profound Talisman sect are here to pay respects to the Rock Emperor. The Great Golden Winged Rocks are here to pay respects to the young clan leader. The beasts of the Tianhuang continent are here to pay respects to the Rock Emperor. The Sacred Monster Hall of the Monster Realm is here to pay respects to the Rock Emperor. Countless experts tore through the air, but all of them appeared outside the stone city and walked into the city on foot to show their respect to the Rock Emperor. The Ancient Heaven Sect, 7-Star Hall, Golden Spear Sect, Sky Thunder Fortress, 100 Flowers Gate, Blizzard City, Sacred Flame Sect, Hahuan School, and other top factions of the 3 continents and Kyushu had all come to the desolate nation. In addition, many small factions had also sent experts to pay respects, causing the entire stone city to be packed. Even the massive imperial palace could not fit so many people. Those small forces, or those with weaker cultivations, all consciously went outside the imperial palace, quietly waiting for something. In the afternoon, thunder boomed in the sky, signaling the start of the ceremony. A tall altar had already been set up, standing in the center of the stone city. Offerings were piled up. Experts presided over the ceremony, chanting scriptures. Countless people knelt on the ground, their hearts filled with grief. Many of the residents of the stone city wept, remembering the Rock Emperor. Everyone knew that this was a sudden calamity for the devil religion. Without the Rock Emperor, this realm would have long since fallen and become a demonic realm. Today, there would not be so many survivors coming to the desolate nation to pay respects to the Rock Emperor. It was that young man who shouldered the greatest responsibility in this realm. In the end, he sacrificed his life to bring the demon god to the brink of death. Without him, Jiangchen might not have been able to kill the demon god. Farewell, Rock Emperor! Farewell, Rock Emperor! Deafening cries reverberated in the air above the stone city, echoing in all directions. Many creatures mourned. Chapter 2667. Congratulations to Wulei Laozu and Lei Tianhuang! On the altar, Du Tingxian and the others had already prepared the memorial tablets for Wulei Laozu and Lei Tianhuang. It was only because of their existence that Du Xiaofu was able to integrate the complete law of lightning and surpass the Sky Saint stage to fight against the demon god. Many of the strong people knew how important the two of them were in the catastrophe. While they came to pay respects to the Rock Emperor, they also remembered Wulei Laozu and Lei Tianhuang. Looking at this magnificent scene, Du Tingxian, Han Aodong, Du Jinwu, Du Jixiong, and the others could not help but tear up. Although they had high hopes for the stone coffin in the Du family, and hoped that Du Xiaofu would be able to wake up from it once again, in reality, none of them had much confidence in it. Therefore, in the face of so many strong people who came to pay respects to Du Xiaofu, they could not tell these people that Du Xiaofu might not die this time. Instead, countless cries of sorrow condensed into a strong feeling of grief that filled the hearts of every Du family member. Moreover, Wulei Laozu and Lei Tianhuang's spiritual intelligence had been destroyed, and there was no hope for them to be reborn. As the countless people in the stone city paid their respects, a series of loud cries suddenly rang out from all directions. Rest in peace, Rock Emperor! Rest in peace, Wulei Laozu! Rest in peace, Lei Tianhuang! This vast voice reverberated through the sky, and the world seemed to be wailing faintly. Du Tingxian, Du Xiaoyao, and the others could sense through the power of their souls that a dense crowd had gathered in other parts of the desolate kingdom outside the stone city. They all knelt on the ground at the same time, calling out the Rock Emperor's name and sending him off. At this moment, all the citizens of the barren kingdom who had survived the catastrophe walked out of their residences and faced the direction of the stone city palace. They bowed 3 times and kowtowed 9 times to send them off. Farewell, Rock Emperor! Farewell, Wulei Laozu and Lei Tianhuang! The shouts continued to rise and fall, like monstrous waves, one after another, rising before the first wave had subsided. On this day, not only in the desolate kingdom, but also in various places across the 3 continents and Kyushu, there were people setting up incense burners and offering fruits to commemorate the death of the Rock Emperor. The continent of Kyushu, the ancient desolate continent, the Tianhuang continent, the Beast region, and the Demon world were all like this. At this moment, it seemed like they had returned to 7 days ago. The violet-robed young man stood in the air and descended upon the 9 heavens, receiving the worship of all the people in the world. Everyone in this world was chanting his name. Invisibly, wave after wave of strange ripples were generated from the living beings. Then, they spread out and flowed into the earth veins, converging into the desolate country's dragon veins, and then into the desolate country's imperial palace, and into the seal of the desolate country. Swish! 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 Within a hall in the imperial palace, Tyrant's shadow began to tremble and hum happily. Dense, golden light spread out and was constantly absorbed by it. The fine cracks on the sword began to silently close up. With the support of the surging draconic chi from the imperial palace, Tyrant's shadow looked completely new in just a short while. It shone brightly once more, no longer dull and dull. At the same time, a vast aura radiated from the royal palace of the desolate country, enveloping all the living beings in the stone city. Between heaven and earth, boundless spiritual energy gathered and lingered in the stone city. Powerful chi circulated, nourishing the physical body and primordial spirit of everyone here. What powerful draconic chi from the imperial palace! Sensing the ripples in the air, the experts couldn't help but feel extremely alarmed. Enveloped by the dense imperial palace's dragon chi, everyone felt that the flow of chi in their bodies had increased by a few notches, greatly benefiting them. If the great Rock Emperor was still around, then after this great calamity, just by relying on the imperial palace's dragon chi to fill his body, how powerful would he be? Some people sighed inwardly. Today's ceremony was no less than another worldwide pilgrimage. If the Rock Emperor was still alive, his cultivation would definitely be able to take another step forward. Unfortunately, the heavens were jealous of heroic geniuses. In the end, the Rock Emperor had fallen in the great calamity of the devil religion. The Rock Emperor's ceremony lasted for several hours. Only when the sky darkened did the crowd disperse one by one. During this process, many living beings had benefited greatly from the dense draconic chi from the imperial palace. During the great calamity, everyone had participated in the slaughter and had expended a lot of energy. Some were even seriously injured. However, after several hours, they had recovered quite a bit. Many experts didn't stay in the desolate country and left one after another. Their respective sects and families were still waiting to be rebuilt after the calamity. Those who had died in battle also needed to be buried one by one. The desolate country and the Du family sent many people to send them off from all sides of the Stone City. After a day of hustle and bustle, the bustling Stone City returned to its usual tranquility. In the middle of the night, there was a sudden downpour. Walala! It sounded like a torrential downpour. Ferocious thunderbolts roared crazily in the 9 heavens, tearing the night sky into pieces. This heavy rain showed no signs of stopping for a long time. Instead, it rained even more fiercely for 7 days and 7 nights. It was as if it wanted to wash away all the evil in the world. When the innate heavenly light shone brightly, the golden sunlight shone on the ground, creating a mottled mess. However, the scarlet blood that snaked across the ground had been washed away by the heavy rain. No one knew where it had flowed. The rivers were also filled with clear rainwater. Who exactly is Jiangchen? How was he able to kill the demon god? In a great hall in the desolate country's imperial palace, many experts were seated. East Immortal, West Yao, South Ru, North Addict, Zhong Shintong, Little Xingxing, Du Tingxian, Du Yunlong, Jialo Jiuyu and other sky saints and half-step sky saints were all present. Yi Wuming, Murong Yoro, Ouyang Shuang, Dongli Qingqing, Han Ji and the others accompanied them. In the face of Du Xiaoyou's confusion, everyone fell into a brief silence. Nobody could answer this question. They didn't know much about Jiangchen, but they knew about the legend of zombies. Jiangchen has long since cultivated the body of a golden rock. This time, he swallowed the demon god's primordial spirit. I wonder what kind of realm he'll reach. The Western demon spoke. Rumor has it that the most terrifying existences among the zombies are immortal and indestructible. They are cast out of the 6 paths of reincarnation by heaven and earth. When they cultivate to the peak, they can enter and exit the 2 realms of yin and yang. They can travel up the 9 heavens and down the netherworld. Although their bodies are lifeless, they are as free and unfettered as gods. Fui Bai's eyes shone brightly on his sloppy face. Senior, what is the 6 paths of reincarnation? Where are the 2 realms of yin and yang? The mark on Little Xingxing's forehead flickered with a strange light. When they heard Little Xingxing's question, everyone looked at Fui Bai, wanting to hear his answer. They'd all heard of the 6 paths of reincarnation, but they never truly understood them. Thus, at this moment, everyone expressed great interest. They'd long known that Fui Bai's group of 5 had been sent to this realm by the ruler of the 3,000 realms to suppress the 9 great clans and resist the demon god. These 5 must have come from other realms. I believe all of you already know that outside of this realm, there are many other realms with countless experts. There are many living beings that are much stronger than the sky saints of this realm. Fui Bai smiled. After all, everyone had long heard of the ruler of the 3,000 realms. Such a supreme expert also represented the existence of the 3,000 boundless worlds. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he paused for a moment before continuing. The realms evolved from the primal chaos. There are some that came first, some that came later, some that were strong, and some that were weak. Among them, the strongest 33 realms are collectively known as the 33 heavens. It's a place that all experts yearn for, and it nurtures countless powerful living beings. Under the 33 heavens, there are countless smaller realms. Among these smaller realms, there are some where only mortals live, and some like your realm, where living beings can cultivate to an extremely high realm. However, this kind of extremely high realm is only relative to those smaller realms. In addition, under the countless smaller realms, there are the 18 levels of hell, the 33 heavens, countless smaller realms, and the 18 levels of hell make up this entire realm. As for the 6 paths of reincarnation, to be precise, it's more like an invisible order and not a specific concept. When you go to the 33 heavens in the future, you will slowly understand. 33 heavens? The 18 levels of hell? Isn't it the 3,000 realms? Everyone was even more puzzled. The title of the ruler of the 3,000 realms was like thunder to everyone's ears, and they had heard Lu Xiaoyou's name from the demon god more than once. Behind him, there should be the 3,000 realms. Why would the 33 heavens and the 18 levels of hell suddenly appear? There didn't seem to be any deep connection between the two. Don't be anxious. With your strength, you're still able to understand these things. Actually, I was only asked by the ruler of the 3,000 realms to come to this realm to suppress the demon god. That's why I know more. When you go to the outside world and your cultivation increases, you will be able to come into contact with many things. Fu Bai smiled mysteriously and didn't say anything else. Is the 6 paths of reincarnation and the invisible order the same as the heavenly Tao of this realm? Du Tingxian frowned and asked Fu Bai. It's the same, but also different. As for the specifics, you will have the chance to know in the future. The suppression of this realm has already been removed. With your strength, you can naturally go to other realms at any time. Beside Fu Bai, Dong Xian stood up and continued the conversation. Then what kind of existence is our realm in the entire great world? Du Yunlong straightened his body slightly, and his handsome face was full of seriousness. As soon as he said this, everyone's interest was piqued again. Everyone knew that this realm was suppressed. Even if the ruler of the 3,000 realms and the dragon god came, they wouldn't be able to display their strength and could only display cultivation that surpassed the heavenly saint realm. When Fu Bai said that the suppression had been removed, it was only after the primordial war and the suppression of the demon god. Their current strength wasn't weak. Many of them had reached the perfected saint realm, and were even half-stepped heavenly saints. Therefore, they wanted to know what level they would be at if they went to the outside world. In fact, your realm is a little special. Fu Bai pondered for a moment, and smacked his lips. His face was full of wrinkles as he said, "Strictly speaking, this realm can only be considered one of the countless small realms. But in other small realms, according to this realm's level, one only needs to be at the supremacy realm to go to the 33 heavens and other small realms. As for you guys, you need to be at least at the perfected saint realm. Supremacy realm." As Fu Bai's words fell, everyone present was stunned as they looked at each other. They had reached the supremacy realm a long time ago. They didn't expect that cultivators in other realms would only need to be at the supremacy realm to go to the outside world. But in this realm, one needed to be at the perfected saint realm. The supremacy realm, domain realm, and saint realm were almost 3 major realms apart. The difference in strength was as far as the heavens and the earth. Then why is our world being suppressed? Du Xiaojing's red lips slightly opened as she asked. In other small realms, supremacy realm cultivators could go to the outside world. But in this realm, one could only break through the spatial shackles after reaching the perfected saint realm. It was obvious that they were suppressed. I'm not sure about that. Fu Bai shook his head and said, "Then, with our strength, we can be considered absolute experts when we go to the outside world, right?" Du Xiao's eyes emitted a strange golden light as the corner of her mouth curled up slightly as she asked with a smile. Seeing his expression, little Xingxing, Du Xiaoba, and Du Xiaohuang curled their lips at the same time and sneered. "Uncle Xiaoyao, are you thinking of going out to cause trouble again? There's nothing in this realm that can tempt you. If you want to cause trouble, go to the outside world. That's good too." A hint of a smile hung on the corner of Jin Xingchun's mouth as he winked at Du Xiaoyao and said, "But no matter how one looked at it, it looked as if they were plotting something bad. After boss wakes up, let's go to the 33 heavens together and broaden our horizons." Du Xiaoyao raised her head and was indescribably pleased with herself. Everyone present rubbed their foreheads when they heard this. They felt a little worried. They knew that Du Xiaoyao and Jinqi Chun were the same as Du Xiaofu. They had one bad idea after another. Wherever they went, there wouldn't be peace. They hadn't even gone to the outside world, but they were already thinking about the 33 heavens. Especially Du Xiaoyao. She said she wanted to go out and broaden her horizons, but in reality, wherever she went, it was like a locust swarm passing through. She took away all the good things. Probably in this realm, only Du Xiaofu could suppress her with such a habit. Tisk! Fu Bai couldn't help but sneer when he heard Du Xiaoyao's words, and then he fiercely glared at Du Xiaoyao and Jinqi Chun as he said with disdain. Even though the two of you aren't weak, there are plenty of people with such cultivation bases in the 33 heavens. If you're blind enough to offend an expert, then they'll be able to slap you into pieces with a flip of their hand. As he said that, Fu Bai's gaze couldn't help but stare at Du Xiaoyao. Old man, who are you calling a monkey? I'm your second brother! Du Xiaoyao was enraged and said arrogantly. Fu Bai was Du Xiaofu's little brother, so he was naturally his little brother. There was nothing wrong with this logic. Monkey, are you itching for a beating? Do you want me to beat you up? Fu Bai glared and raised his hand to teach Du Xiaoyao a lesson. He was in the heavenly saint realm, and Du Xiaoyao was only a half-step heavenly saint. Wouldn't it be easy to teach him a lesson? When Du Tingxian and the rest saw the situation, no one stepped forward to mediate the fight. They couldn't help but snicker. They were happy to see the two of them make a fool of themselves. Don't be angry, Uncle Old Bai. Tell us more about the outside world. Du Xiaolin, who was in Yang Shuang's embrace, blinked his big eyes and said in a childish voice. But the moment he said that, Fu Bai's face immediately turned green and he slowly lowered his hand. Ha ha! The people around him burst into laughter. They were very happy. The little Qilin's words were like a knife that stabbed Fu Bai's heart. He really regretted that he had made that bet with Du Xiaofu back then. It was as if he had lost all of his reputation. Little guy, do you know how to speak? Senior is telling us about serious matters. Yang Shuang coughed and said with a serious gaze. A slender hand gently patted the little Qilin's head, pretending to hit him. When the experts heard that, they slowly retracted their laughter and put on a serious expression. After all, with Fu Bai's age, he should be old enough to be everyone's grandfather. But facing the changes in everyone's expression, the greenish color on Fu Bai's face didn't fade away for a long time. After a long while, he let out a long sigh and glared at Du Xiaoyao again. He wished he could use his eyes to stab him to death. Then, he said with a straight face, What else do you want to know? Ask away. Senior, the outside world has the 33 heavens and countless small worlds. What kind of place is the 18 levels of hell? Jialo Jiuyu straightened his expression and asked respectfully. His courteous manner instantly made Fu Bai's expression look much better. As for the 18 levels of hell, I can't say for sure. I only heard that it is the cruelest place in the world, filled with slaughter and blood. However, the 18 levels of hell are separated from the other worlds. Outsiders can't enter, and the people inside can't come out. The rumors of blood and slaughter in the 18 levels of hell can't affect the 33 heavens and the other small worlds. Therefore, to the outside world, that place was a mysterious place. Very few people knew what it was. Everything only existed in legends, and very few people could understand it clearly. Perhaps, only experts like the lords of the 3,000 great worlds and the dragon god would know. Fu Bai said with a sigh. There were many things in this world that he couldn't come into contact with his strength. You have to stand at a certain level to see certain things. This principle was very applicable regardless of time and place. Chapter 2668. There are still such existences in the 18 layers of hell, Du Tingxian softly said with a hint of surprise. Many people in this world have already reached or even surpassed the perfection saint realm. They can break through the void at any time and go to other worlds. If you want to make more breakthroughs, you must go to the outside world because it is impossible to break through to the Sky Saint realm in this world. With your current strength, if you don't go to a place like the 33 heavens, you can naturally run amok. However, if you go to the 33 heavens, you must be careful and not provoke some experts or large factions. Those people are not to be trifled with. Fui Bai exhorted everyone. Don't worry, senior. We are not reckless people. We know what to do. However, if you want to go, you must go to the 33 heavens. Even if you can be called a king in a small world, it is meaningless and will not have the slightest effect. It is better to just stay in this world. After all, there are even more powerful existences above the Sky Saint realm. Jialo Jiuyu said softly as he slowly stood up from his chair. Hearing this, everyone else nodded and agreed with what Ling Xian said. Many of the people present had already reached the level of peak experts that the world could accommodate. As a matter of fact, people like little Xingxing stood at the very peak. They all yearned for the 33 heavens. The countless experts there also wanted to go and see for themselves. If they wanted to become even more powerful, they had to go through continuous tempering. In this world, they could only reach the Sky Saint realm at most, and it was difficult to surpass it. After all, since ancient times, only the Du family's ancestor had achieved this. In other words, Du Xiaofu had also surpassed the Sky Saint realm after using the lightning martial vein and fusing with all the spirit lightning. However, it was not because of his own efforts but because of external forces. Only by going to a place like the 33 heavens would they have hope of going further. Everyone present was one of the best in this world. Naturally, they were confident that they could reach a higher level. However, they were not arrogant people and knew that there was always someone better than them. The people of the 33 heavens were blessed by the heavens. Whether it was in terms of talent or resources, they were superior to the people of this world. Therefore, it was natural for those people to be powerful. Fui Bai, Du Tingxian, Jialo Jiuyu, and the others chatted for a long time in the hall before they gradually stopped talking. Everyone had learned more about the outside world from the 5 Sky Saint realm experts. From what the 5 Heavenly Saint experts had said, they found out that the 33 heavens was filled with various clans, various powers, and all sorts of experts contended for supremacy. It was an extremely prosperous and glorious era. Saint Realm, Saint Realm. Saint Realm, Saint Realm. Saint Realm, Saint Realm. Of Saint Realm. Saint Realm. Saint Realm, Saint Realm. Saint Realm, Saint Realm, Saint Realm. Saint Realm, Saint Realm, Realm of Saint Realm. There were countless young outstanding talents. Among those young disciples who possessed great inheritances, there were still many who possessed talents like Du Xiaofu. Therefore, the creatures of this realm couldn't be said to be able to do whatever they wanted in the outside world. At most, they could only be considered to be in the middle. But even so, Du Xiaoyao, Jialo Jiuyu, Yi Piaoling, Qian Diyu, and the others did not feel afraid. Of the many experts here, which one of them hadn't experienced numerous battles and killings before they slowly grew up? If they cowered just because someone was stronger than them, they would not be able to reach where they were today and stand at the top of this world. I can't remember how many years it has been since I came to this world. It's time to go back and see those old friends and visit those old places. After everyone sent East Deity, West Demon, Nanru, North Addict, and Central Divinity out of the hall, East Deity sighed. Master, you're leaving? Ouyang Shuang, Du Tingxian, and Dai Xingyu, who was following beside Murong Yoruo, all asked reluctantly. We followed the 3,000 great world's lords to this world with the purpose of conquering the demon god. Now that the demon god is dead, our mission is naturally over. No matter what, we have our own clansmen. We can't not go back at this time. The beautiful woman in palace attire, Dong Xian, said with a smile. Then, she fixed her gaze on Dai Xingyu and asked, Disciple, do you want to leave with me and go to the outside world first? Dai Xingyu was a little hesitant. She looked at the people around her, as if asking for their opinion. Obviously, she was unwilling to leave her master. If you want to go, go with your master. Murong Yorua held Dai Xingyu's hand and said with a smile. But big brother Xiaofu. Dai Xingyu was still hesitant, as if she was reluctant to leave. Don't worry, we're here in the desolate country. Your big brother Xiaofu will be fine. When he wakes up, we'll go to the 33rd heaven to look for you. Ouyang Shuang walked over to Dai Xingyu with light steps and stroked her head. She had watched this little girl grow up step by step. Ouyang Shuang was also a little reluctant to part with her. Dai Xingyu pursed her red lips and nodded heavily when she heard this. What about you? Is there anyone else who wants to go with us? If there is, go and prepare first. It doesn't matter if we wait a few more days. Nanru looked at everyone's faces and said, I won't go for the time being. I want to wait for my father. Little Xingxing clenched her fists and said seriously. It seemed that she was the most confident person that Du Xiaofu would wake up and be reborn. Me too. I'll wait for my boss, Du Xiaoru said. In fact, he was itching to go and kill his way into the 33rd heaven to see for himself. However, he was used to working with Du Xiaofu. If he went alone, he would feel that something was missing. After Du Xiaoyao finished speaking, Du Tingxian, Du Xiaojing, Du Yunlong and the others nodded one after another, indicating that they would stay in this world for the time being. There are still some things that need to be arranged in the desolate country and the 3 continents Kyushu. Once we're done with the arrangements, once Xiaofu really wakes up, we'll be able to leave immediately, Du Tingxian said. All right. Fui Bai and the other 4 nodded in agreement. Du Xiaofu's death had affected the hearts of everyone in the desolate country. If his death was not confirmed, these people would not be able to let go of everything and go to other worlds. Moreover, the calamity had just ended and the 3 continents Kyushu was still slowly rebuilding. The stone city had been repaired, but the desolate country still needed experts to preside over it for the time being. Let's go! We'll meet again in the future! East Deity, West Demon, South Ru, North Addict and Central Divinity turned around and faced the night sky. Together with Dai Xingyu, they slowly rose into the sky and prepared to leave. Master, where can we find you in the future? Ouyang Shuang rushed 2 steps forward and shouted. Ha, little Shuang, when you go to the outside world, go to the scarlet sun bright clear sky. Master is there. Fui Bai replied with a hearty laugh. Then, he stretched out a finger and pointed at the void. At the same time, the tip of his tongue spat out a word like spring thunder. Open! Boom! High in the sky, an invisible force exploded and destroyed everything. The huge explosion caused the entire world to tremble. The blue sky was falling and the thick earth was shaking. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, the rivers were standing up. The place where Fui Bai's finger pointed had a terrifying crack in the void. It was like the giant mouth of a demon god or a door to a dark abyss. It covered the sky above the desolate country's stone city, and caused countless living beings in the city to feel a chill down their spines. Within it, yin and yang qi poured out and the power of a demon god was vast. Endless thunder roared as if it was going to destroy the world. Waves of strange auras surged out from the spatial rifts in the sky. Such an aura was completely different from that of this world. For many living beings in this world, it was a feeling they had never felt before. However, many experts in the desolate country's palace had seen the scene of the ancient emperor of the human race, and the ancestor of the Bai Fang divine bird clan breaking through the realm in the ancient desolate continent. They had seen such a scene before. However, today, their cultivation had increased greatly. The aura they felt from the crack in the void was naturally much clearer than before. Let's go! Fui Bai's extremely sloppy clothes fluttered in the wind, giving him an otherworldly feeling. He took a step forward and in a flash, his figure disappeared from his original spot and entered the crack in the void. At the same time, East Deity, West Demon, Nanru, and North Addict also stepped out and followed closely behind Fui Bai. Farewell, Master! Farewell, seniors! Take care, seniors! Below, Du Tingxian, Ouyang Shuang, and Jialo Jiryu bowed at the same time to send the 5 of them off. In fact, other than Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, and a few others, most people had a lot of respect for the 5 of them. After all, it was the 5 of them who had suppressed the 9 great families by themselves, especially the legalism, school of famous, school of vertical and horizontal. There was also the school of Buddhism. If not for their existence, the entire Du family would have been annihilated by the 3 great families. Perhaps in this world, only someone as thick-skinned as Du Xiaofu would be so thick-skinned as to extend his hand to the 5 of them and say, "Seniors, just give me whatever you want." When Du Xiaofu fought with the demon god, wasn't the brocade box used to resist the demon god's terrifying attack obtained through such a shameless method? Du Xiaojing, Jin Qingchen, and the others looked up at the sky. The huge crack in the void was slowly closing and was about to disappear. However, just as it was about to completely disappear, they could vaguely hear a delicate voice coming from inside. "Fui Bai, if you dare to hide from me again, I'll turn your dog house upside down." This voice was ethereal and vague, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone at the entrance of the hall. When this sentence was said, the huge crack in the sky had completely closed. The yin and yang qi that filled the sky gradually dissipated. The lightning was annihilated, and the sky became clear. "They're gone!" Du Xiaojing softly said as he looked at this scene. 33 heavens. "One day, we will also go there," Jin Qingchen murmured, his voice filled with yearning. "Of course. How can we miss out on such an exciting place?" Du Xiaoba clenched his fists, his young eyes filled with strong confidence. "Yes, we'll wait for my father to go together." Du Xiaohuang nodded her head fiercely with absolute certainty. "Everyone go and rest. You've exhausted too much in the great calamity. Recover well." Du Tingxian turned around, patted Du Xiaoba and Du Xiaohuang's heads, and said to everyone at the same time. Everyone nodded. Yi Piaoling, Qiangiyu, Murong Yoro, and the others finally bid farewell and left. "I need to go into seclusion for a period of time to stabilize my half-step Heavenly Saint cultivation so that I can break through to the true Heavenly Saint realm as soon as possible." Du Xiaoyao also left after bidding farewell to Du Tingxian and the others. Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaolin, Ouyang Shuang, and the others did not stay any longer and dispersed. Time was like sand in one's hand. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. During this period of time, the entire Kyushu domain of the 3 continents was very peaceful. Before the great calamity, many factions and individuals would fight over some grudges or benefits. But after the great calamity, everyone put aside their past hatred. After all, everyone had fought side by side, and they were unprecedentedly united to fight against the devil religion. In the great calamity, some people even sacrificed themselves to the devil religion in order to save their former enemies. Thus, after this calamity that swept through the entire Kyushu domain of the 3 continents, many enemies had buried the hatchet. Some even turned hostility into friendship and became the closest of friends. This kind of thing was really unimaginable in the past. But recently it had happened more than once or twice. In more than a month's time, the sects of the major factions had been rebuilt. However, every faction had lost a lot of experts, and their overall strength had been greatly impacted. But fortunately, there were still many people who survived in the end and continued the legacy of their sections. Among the 9 great clans, the school of legalism, the school of famous clans, and the school of vertical and horizontal suffered the most. Among them, the people of the school of legalism who refused to fight were directly killed by Du Xiaofu with the 9 cauldrons in his hand. Only Du Xiaofu's second uncle and elder Ming fought, but after a desperate battle, most of them had fallen. Du Xiaofu's second uncle and elder Ming also died under the blades of the devil religion. Only a few dozen people survived, and they were all people whose cultivation was not too strong. The school of famous clans and the school of vertical and horizontal were in a better situation. After all, except for a few ancestors of the perfect saint realm who were killed by Du Xiaofu, the rest of the people of these 2 families were safe and joined the battlefield. However, even so, these 2 families had lost more than half of their people and suffered heavy losses. However, those who survived were incomparably glad, and secretly sighed that the person in charge at that time had not made a mistake. After all, if they had completely refused to fight, their outcome would have been the same as the people of the school of legalism. They would only have died at the hands of Du Xiaofu. The orthodoxies of these two families would naturally be wiped out in this world. The power of the 9 divine thunder cauldrons was simply too terrifying. Du Xiaofu is finally dead! Among the school of famous clans, Hui Wu sat at the front of the hall, gritted his teeth, and said hatefully. The aura on his body was somewhat weak, and there were some faint abnormal fluctuations. Obviously, he had suffered some injuries in the fierce battle. The enmity between the school of famous clans and Du Xiaofu had long been formed. Even if Du Xiaofu had forced him to fight against the devil religion, Hui Wu still hoped that Du Xiaofu would die. He is dead, but there are many experts in the desolate country now. They did not suffer too many losses in the great calamity. As for our school of famous clans, we have lost more than half of our people and are still no match for them. Beside Hui Wu, a white-haired old man said with a sigh. The foundation of the school of famous clans had been shaken, and the desolate country had risen too quickly in recent years. It had given birth to so many half-step heavenly saints, and even a heavenly saint expert like the Violet Dragon Emperor. Even if Du Xiaofu had fallen, the desolate country's strength was still not something the school of famous clans could touch. It's good that Du Xiaofu is dead. Let's not provoke the desolate country anymore. After the great calamity, our school of famous clans' strength has been greatly reduced. I don't know how many years it will take for us to recover. Hui Wu let out a long sigh and said to the old man beside him. He was not a fool. Why would he touch the desolate country's head? Their greatest enemy, Du Xiaofu, was already dead, and the great calamity had just passed. If they were to stir up trouble at this time, even if the school of famous clans had the strength to deal with the desolate country, they would definitely be attacked by all the living beings in this world. With the desolate country's rallying power, the school of famous clans would not be able to do anything unless they did not want to continue existing. We have arranged the best resources for the surviving disciples in the clan for them to cultivate and raise their strength as soon as possible. After the great calamity, perhaps there will not be any major turmoil in this world, but some small conflicts will definitely occur in the future. We need to have enough strength to reap more benefits, the white-haired old man said softly to Hui Wu. Just as the two of them were talking, a young man suddenly rushed into the hall and knelt in front of Hui Wu and the white-haired old man. He said with some excitement, Divine Ancestor, the master clan of the upper world has replied. Hearing this, Hui Wu's eyebrows twitched fiercely. He could not help but ask, What did they say? Divine Ancestor, the master clan has replied that they will send experts to this world to rebuild the school of famous clans' foundation in this world. The young man knelt on the ground and spoke quickly. Humph! Hui Wu suddenly snorted coldly. His raised eyebrows instantly furrowed tightly. He clenched his fist and suddenly slammed it on the table beside him. With a boom, the stone table immediately turned into fine powder. Under the pressure of his aura, not even a speck of dust was stirred. Chapter 2669. Hui Wu's sudden rage scared the young man kneeling on the ground out of his wits. He crouched on the ground, not knowing why his ancestor was suddenly unhappy. Logically speaking, a letter from the master clan of the upper realm saying that they would send powerhouses to this realm should be a good thing for the entire famed clan. With the help of the master clan, the strength of the famed clan in this realm would definitely increase very quickly, and it would only be a matter of time before they surpassed the great calamity. In the face of Hui Wu's sudden rage, the white-haired old man next to him did not show any extreme actions. Instead, he waved his hand calmly at the young man below and said, You can leave first. Yes. The young man hurriedly got up and ran out of the hall, trembling with fear. Before the great calamity, we clearly contacted them, but they just didn't give us a reply. Now that the great calamity has just passed, they're immediately sending people down. Do they have any respect for our realm? Hui Wu let out another thunderous roar as he angrily said. The they here was obviously referring to the master clan of the upper realm of the famed clan. The end of the great calamity naturally could not escape the prying eyes of the powerhouses of the upper realm. Before the great calamity, they also received the news from this realm. What made Huiwu angry was that at that time, the master clan did not care about their lives at all. There was not even a reply, let alone sending people down to pick up the disciples of the famed clan. Moreover, the famed clan's perfected Saint Powerhouse wanted to escape because he was afraid of the great calamity, so he was forcefully killed by Du Xiaofu. On the contrary, only a month after the great calamity, the famed clan of this realm had suffered heavy losses, and the master clan was about to send people down. Their goal was nothing more than to take over this place and abuse their power in the name of the master clan. When he thought of this, Hui Wu's heart was filled with anger. I know what you're thinking, and so do I. Next to him, the white-haired old man sighed softly and said, But no matter what, that's the master clan of our famed clan. We have no choice but to obey the orders from above. Master clan, my ass! Hui Wu gritted his teeth and cursed softly. Sigh. Get ready to welcome the arrival of the powerhouses of the master clan. The white-haired old man let out another long sigh before turning around and walking out of the hall. Hui Wu sat alone for a long time before he took a deep breath, stood up, and left. He also knew that the white-haired old man was telling the truth. No matter how unconvinced he was, no matter how angry he could only grit his teeth and swallow his blood. After all, that was the higher realm, the main race. In fact, the same thing happened in the school of legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal. In the next 2 to 3 days, the two families received messages from the upper realm one after another, stating that they would be sending powerhouses over. These bastards! Su Sanyan was also filled with hatred. However, in the end, he did not curse out loud. His tightly clenched fists slowly loosened. Then, he slumped into the chair, feeling indescribably powerless and dispirited. Legalism, on the other hand, was in a different situation. Their Saint Realm experts had all fallen, and only a few of them were left. They no longer had a strong backbone. Therefore, when they received the message from the upper realm, they were not as angry as Hui Wu and Su Sanyan. Instead, they were looking forward to it. Those who were still alive all started to get busy, preparing for the arrival of the powerhouses of the main race. Barren country, Stone City. In the ancestral house of the Du family, the stone coffin was still placed in the ancestral hall. It was not buried. For more than a month, Du Tingxian, Du Yunlong, Little Xingxing and the rest did not feel any changes in the stone coffin. It was very peaceful. With their current cultivation, even if they used the power of their primordial spirits, they could not peek into the stone coffin to sense the situation. Moreover, they did not dare to open the stone coffin to take a look. They were afraid that it would affect Du Xiaofu. Therefore, everyone could only wait quietly. However, slowly, some people started to become anxious. No one knew how long this situation would last. Perhaps, there would be no more movements. Only the calmest ones were Little Xingxing, Du Xiaba, Du Xiaohuang and Du Xiaolin. They had always vowed that their father and Uncle Xiaofu would definitely wake up again. In order not to think too much, many of the powerhouses of the barren country went into seclusion to continue recovering from the exhaustion and injuries from the calamity. On this day, Little Xingxing, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes. 2 balls of bright light shot out from his eyes. After that, his body suddenly leaped out and quickly disappeared without leaving behind the slightest fluctuation. In the next moment, his figure appeared in front of the ancestral hall of the Du family. He stood in front of the tightly shut door, his beautiful eyebrows slightly furrowed. In the sky, a bright moon hung diagonally, elongating Little Xingxing's figure. Swish, swish, swish. With Little Xingxing's arrival, Du Yunlong, Du Tingxian, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaojing, Yi Piaoling, Qiandiyu, Jinqing Chen, Du Xiaolin, and the other half-step heavenly saints all appeared out of thin air and gathered around Little Xingxing. So it wasn't an illusion. Did you feel it too? Du Tingxian clenched his fists tightly as he stared at the door of the ancestral hall. He did not move at all as he asked the people around him. Yes, I felt an undetectable ripple, but it disappeared in a flash. It felt like an illusion. Du Yunlong took a step forward and nodded. The others exchanged glances and nodded at the same time, indicating that they had felt the same ripple. Since we all felt it, it can't be an illusion. It's definitely real. Du Xiaoyao continued with an extremely serious expression. Father, it must be father! Little Xingxing's eyes lit up as he could not help but become excited. His still rather young body could not help but tremble as the mark between his eyebrows became even more enchanting. Among the people, her cultivation was the highest as a heavenly saint, so the ripples she sensed were clearer than the others. Little Xingxing could clearly feel that there seemed to be something unusual happening in the stone coffin at this moment. However, even with her cultivation, the power of her soul was unable to pry into it and confirm it. However, she believed that something must have happened to Du Xiaofu. There was no need to think too much. As long as there was some movement, it had to be something good. This was exactly what everyone wanted to see. It's been over a month. Has there finally been some movement? Du Xiaojing stepped forward and said softly. However, her almond-shaped eyes immediately reddened as a crystalline light brewed within them. During this period of time after the great calamity, because of Du Xiaofu's death, everyone felt very uncomfortable in their hearts. Although Du Tingxian had placed Du Xiaofu's head in the stone coffin, hoping for a miracle, everyone knew in their hearts that this kind of hope was only a kind of hope. No one knew whether this kind of hope would be effective or not. At this time, the strongest people in their world had all felt the ripples in the sarcophagus, which meant that everything was developing in the direction they expected. This made everyone extremely excited, as if they were receiving orders. I miss Uncle Xiaofu. When will he wake up? Du Xiaobao's big eyes were red as he pursed his lips and said, Although we have all noticed some unusual movements and the possibility of Xiaofu being resurrected is much greater, I'm afraid the process will not be too short. Therefore, we may need to wait for a few more days. Maybe a month, maybe a year, or even 10 years or 100 years. Du Tingxian silently suppressed his excitement and said aloud, Let's wait. After he wakes up, we'll go to the 33 heavens together. Du Xiaoyao's eyes were bright as she said firmly, I'm going to seclude myself here and protect Dad until he wakes up. Little Xingxing did not say anything and directly sat cross-legged at the entrance of the Du family's ancestral hall. He closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Boss is at a critical moment, and must not be disturbed. I'll also wait here and protect him. Du Xiaoyao walked to Little Xingxing's side and sat cross-legged at the same time. Elder Yi and the others are in the desolate country. We don't have much to do, so we'll also wait here. Du Yunlong, Du Xiaojing, Du Xiaolin, Yi Piaoling, Qian Guiyu, and the others also sat down and closed their eyes to adjust their breathing. Only Du Tingxian and Jin Qi-chan looked at each other, and then stood there for a long time before finally leaving. Although Elder Yi and the others are here, the desolate country also needs someone to guard it. Let the two of us handle this mission. Although Du Tingxian and Jin Qi-chan also wanted to stay here and observe what might happen to the stone coffin, the two of them were relatively calm and did not forget their responsibilities because of their excitement. With Little Xingxing, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoba, and the other heavenly saints and half-step heavenly saints here, they were also very assured. In this current world, with their strength guarding this place, there was no need to worry about anyone coming to disturb Du Xiaofu. Whoosh whoosh! The night wind blew gently and everyone's hair fluttered gently. Time passed slowly, and the night passed just like that. The clear light of the morning sun shone on the ground and covered the entire stone city. Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, Du Yunlong, and the others were like tree stumps, still sitting cross-legged and cultivating. None of them could see what was happening in the stone coffin in the ancestral hall that was only a door away from them. The stone coffin was extremely dark, and there should not have been any light. However, it was in this darkness that a scarlet light suddenly appeared and flickered gently. The scarlet light hung on the side of the stone coffin, and it was extremely dazzling. However, all the light quickly receded and condensed into something that looked like a droplet of water. It was translucent, like blood. This droplet of water fell from the side of the stone coffin and rolled slowly. When it reached the flat bottom of the stone coffin, it still had no intention of stopping. As if it had its own consciousness, or as if it was being pulled by something, it swam toward Du Xiaofu's remaining head. The moment the translucent red water droplets came into contact with Du Xiaofu's head, it was as if they had come into contact with a piece of sponge, and they were instantly absorbed without a trace. However, Du Xiaofu's head, which had its eyes tightly closed, had a faint trace of redness on its pale face. The moment the translucent droplet of water was absorbed by Du Xiaofu's head, a magical wave was emitted, breaking through the barrier of the stone coffin and spreading outside. At the same time, everyone sitting cross-legged outside the Du family's ancestral hall opened their eyes at the same time with a swoosh. It's the same movement again. This is the second time. It can't be fake. Yi Piaoling's eyes focused as he looked at everyone and said, "In that case, last night really wasn't an illusion. There's hope for boss." Du Xiaoyao couldn't help but feel excited as he clenched his fist and said. Just as the two of them spoke, the space in front of them flashed, and Du Tingxian and Jinqi Chun walked out. Obviously, they had sensed the movement again and quickly rushed over. The Du family stone coffin is indeed extraordinary. Du Tingxian said softly, his eyes incomparably deep. It was his idea to put Du Xiaofu's head in the stone coffin. Many years ago, he already knew that this stone coffin was extraordinary and had a very mysterious origin. When he first heard Du Xiaofu talk about the origins of the Du family's ancestor and the thunder martial vein, Du Tingxian seemed to have a feeling that this stone coffin must be closely related to the ancestor. Therefore, after Du Xiaofu's death, he placed his greatest hope on this stone coffin. I don't know what kind of changes are happening in this stone coffin now. I'll make the arrangements. Before Xiaofu wakes up, this place will be listed as a forbidden area. Outsiders generally can't come in contact with this place, but the other disciples of the Du family must be grounded as well. We can't let anyone affect Xiaofu. Du Tingxian pondered for a moment before speaking. Okay. Grandpa and Uncle Qingchun, go ahead. We'll continue to guard this place. Little Xingxing nodded and said to Du Tingxian and Jun Qingchun. Okay. Du Tingxian and Little Xingxing didn't stay any longer and quickly left with Jin Qingchun. After that, he immediately gathered the experts of the desolate country and the Du family in the main hall. Du Tingxian, Han Aodong, Ouyang Shuang, Yi Zijin, Yi Wuming, Nurong Yoru and the others were all excited when they heard about the movements in the stone coffin from Du Tingxian. A few women even shed tears. They all knew that the abnormal fluctuations coming from the stone coffin must have something to do with Du Xiaofu. Immediately after, Du Tingxian issued a ban. Before Du Xiaofu completely woke up, no one was allowed to set foot in the Du family's ancestral hall. Only a group of Heavenly Sage Realm and Half-Step Heavenly Sage Realm experts were allowed to guard there. In addition, this news was only known to the upper echelons of the desolate country. No one else was allowed to know about it for the time being. When everyone heard this, although they couldn't contain their excitement and wanted to go and see what was going on, they all suppressed it. After all, Du Xiaofu was at the most critical moment. If he was disturbed, the consequences would be unimaginable. This kind of situation could not be allowed to happen. In the following days, some of the upper echelons of the desolate country suddenly seemed to have changed into different people. After the great calamity, their heavy hearts were immediately released because of the fluctuations in the stone coffin. Many experts, whether it was doing things or cultivating, became much more relaxed. Drip! On the same afternoon, until the next morning, 3 drops of blood seeped out from the side walls of the stone coffin in the ancestral hall, and were absorbed by Du Xiaofu. At the same time, the strange fluctuations were transmitted and sensed by a group of experts. Little Xingxing, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaolan, and the others sat cross-legged silently outside the ancestral hall, and they gradually got used to feeling such fluctuations, causing their emotions to slowly calm down greatly and not be as excited as they were at the beginning. They just waited quietly and gently sensed the changes. Everyone discovered that the intervals between the strange fluctuations were getting shorter and shorter. After a few more days, they would sense a wave of fluctuation every hour or so. This kind of situation became more and more frequent as time passed. In the end, all the fluctuations connected into one and continued to spread out. At this time, almost 2 months had passed since the end of the great calamity. No one could see that in the stone coffin, on top, bottom, left, right, front, and back, there were droplets of blood seeping out. Then they flowed towards Du Xiaofu's remaining head and were absorbed. These droplets of blood seeped out faster and gradually gathered into a small puddle. They flattened the bottom of the stone coffin and covered the back of Du Xiaofu's head. At this time, his face had become extremely rosy, and there was no difference between his skin color and his normal skin color. However, the droplets of blood continued to be absorbed. This situation continued until one day, the stone coffin was completely filled with blood and Du Xiaofu's head was immersed in it. When the last droplet of blood seeped out and merged with all the droplets of blood, the strange fluctuations also suddenly disappeared. In an instant, there were no longer any fluctuations. Little Xingxing, Diyunlong, Du Xiaoyao, Yi Piaoling, and the others immediately sensed this situation. It stopped. Did something change? Du Xiaoyao frowned and asked herself. I think Xiaofu must be at a turning point. Don't worry too much. Let's continue to wait. At this time, Du Tingxian stepped out of the void and said, Grandpa is right. Uncle Little Yao, you have to calm down. Let's just wait. You have to believe in my father. He will definitely return. Little Xingxing's little face was serious. He glanced at Du Xiaoyao and spoke like an old man. I'm just worried about boss. Du Xiaoyao pursed her lips and muttered. If someone else dared to look down on him, he would have rushed up and used his fists to argue with the other party. However, when facing little Xingxing, he did not have the courage. When that little girl was angry, she was not inferior to him at all. Everyone laughed at the bickering between little Xingxing and Du Xiaoyao. They did not think too much about it and continued to close their eyes and wait silently. Chapter 2670. Just as the experts of the desolate country were waiting for Du Xiaofu outside the ancestral shrine, some changes suddenly occurred in this world. On this day, there were no clouds in the sky for thousands of miles. The sky was clear and blue, clean and azure. Chi-la! But suddenly, an extremely terrifying crack spread out in the sky, spanning millions of miles. Within it, there was a strange aura erupting. It was like a surging wave, crashing into the wilderness. This strange aura was completely different from this world. It had an extremely dense spiritual energy fluctuation, as if it was emitted by a demon god. While it made people feel comfortable, they could not help but feel reverence. An expert has descended into this world. After Fu Yibai and the other four left, as the only heavenly saint expert in this world, little Xingxing naturally discovered this fluctuation immediately. After that, Du Xiaojiu, Jin Xingchen, Du Xiaoba, and the others quickly discovered it as well. Not only them, but in the entire Kyushu domain of the 3 continents, as long as one had reached the heavenly saint realm or above, they quickly learned of this situation. A spatial crack. This aura is very similar to when the ancient emperor left. Has an expert from the outside world come? In the ancient wilderness continent, the old emperor stood with one hand behind his back in the human race's divine palace. He looked at the huge spatial crack high in the sky and murmured. In the Beast Alliance's Beast King mountain range, many experts of the Bai Fang divine bird clan stood in the air and quietly looked at the scene in the sky. To the people of the ancient wilderness continent, they had seen such an aura before. Therefore, they guessed that an expert had descended into this world. Rumble! With the appearance of the spatial crack, large amounts of yin and yang qi rippled out in the sky. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, rumbling and emitting an extremely terrifying aura. Boundless and vast aura surged and directly connected to the ground, causing the world to tremble. Some of the ordinary people who did not have any cultivation started to panic when they saw this scene. There were even some children who burst into tears in an instant, feeling extremely scared. Although this situation couldn't compare to the great calamity of the devil religion, it was still shocking enough on a normal day. I wonder who it is that came with such great fanfare. They don't know how to restrain themselves at all. This is much more impressive than the commotion caused by Fui Bai and the others when they left. Outside the ancestral hall of the Du family, Du Xiaoyao curled her lips and said, her eyes shining with golden light. When Fui Bai's group of 5 left, they created powerful ripples, but it was only sensed by the people in the desolate country. At this moment, the spatial crack in the sky was extraordinarily large. The surging yin and yang qis made the weaker living beings panic. Perhaps all the living beings in this realm, no matter where they were, could clearly sense this scene. I don't care who he is, as long as he doesn't disturb us. Du Yunlong sat cross-legged on the ground and didn't move. If he dares to strut around in my desolate country, no matter who he is, I'll make sure he won't be able to return. Beside Du Yunlong, Yi Piaoling's cold face suddenly emitted an intense killing intent. The great calamity of the devil religion had just passed not long ago. Those people probably didn't descend to this realm to play. Now that Du Xiaofu was at a crucial moment, the consequences would be too severe if he was disturbed by them. As the leader of the 18 heavenly generals, Yi Piaoling absolutely could not tolerate such a situation. They should be people from the 33 heavens. I just don't know what their goal is for coming at this time. Du Xiaojing added from the side, a trace of worry brewing in her beautiful eyes. After all, if the people who came were too powerful, it would be difficult for them to deal with them. However, no one was overly worried. No matter what, the world of this realm was suppressed. Even if the lords of the 3,000 great worlds and the dragon god came, they could only display strength surpassing the heavenly saint realm. If it were an ordinary person, being suppressed to the heavenly saint realm was already good enough. If that was the case, although the desolate country would have a hard time dealing with it, it would definitely not be at the mercy of others. Who cares what they do, as long as they don't provoke us? Right now, I don't have the time to care about those people. Little Xingxing raised his eyelids and said. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. To the people present, there was nothing more important than Du Xiaofu's situation. No matter who came from the outside world, as long as they didn't come to the desolate country to cause trouble, they would let them be. Just as the people of the desolate country were talking, the huge spatial crack high in the sky changed again. Rays of light flashed, and dozens of figures appeared one after another, entering the space. Huff, huff, huff! Just as the dozens of people stepped out of the spatial crack, it emitted a strong fluctuation and slowly converged, about to close. However, before it could completely close, there was a ripping sound in the distance, and the spatial crack burst open again. Violent chi leaked out, enshrouding heaven and earth. Ripping, just as the second crack appeared, a third one appeared, drawing a long hole in the sky. It was like the huge mouth of a demon god, ferocious and terrifying. Dozens of figures shot out from the second and third cracks, and they truly stepped into this world. Gongsun Quan, Su Qixing, your family and your family are here too. Among the dozens of people who walked out of the first crack, a middle-aged man with a broad head said to the 2 people who walked out of the second and third cracks. The middle-aged man stood in front of the dozens of people, and it seemed like he was the leader. Qin Yuanshang, if your legalism is here, why can't my family come? In the second group, a man in his 40s said disdainfully. The man's expression was cold, and his brows were slightly furrowed. He was the Gongsun Quan that the first person had mentioned. Haha, you've just arrived in this world, and you want to compete? If you don't mind, I'll be happy to be your judge. In front of the dozens of people on the other side, the person called Su Qixing laughed and said. He was an extremely fat man. Just by standing there, he was like a ball of meat, emitting a heavy aura. The fat man smiled, but his small eyes shot out light from time to time. He was like a poisonous snake, ready to attack at any time. We have a heavy responsibility on this trip. When we're done, we'll definitely go and ask for advice. Gongsun Quan glanced at Qin Yuanshang and said indifferently. Although the creatures in this world are much stronger than the other small worlds, they're still too weak compared to the 33 heavens. Is being sent here to rebuild the foundation of my legalism a heavy responsibility? I think it's more like being exiled. Qin Yuanshang's brows rose with a gloomy expression. Obviously, being sent to this world made him very dissatisfied. Hearing this, Gongsun Quan and Su Qixing nodded slightly. At the same time, the three of them scanned many places in this world with the power of their primordial spirits, spying on the traces left behind by the great calamity. This world is not weak. From my observation, there are many experts. Using the realm of their world to measure, it should be called the Saint Realm. After a long while, Su Qixing said thoughtfully. Under his perception, there were many vast and deep auras that were not much weaker than his. If we hadn't been suppressed immediately when we came to this world, their Saint Realm would be nothing. They're just trash that can be destroyed with a flip of the hand, Qin Yuanshang said disdainfully, as if he didn't care about the cultivation of the creatures in this world. Their Saint Realm is also divided into strong and weak. Although we're suppressed, at least we still have the strength of the Saint Realm perfection. In this world, there should be such cultivators, but there definitely aren't many of them. Gongsun Quan of the School of Vertical and Horizontal said, his gaze sweeping across the various places under his feet. I really don't know how such a world could escape the great calamity brought by the demon god. How did they do it? Su Qixing of the School of Famous was a little puzzled. He frowned and said thoughtfully, what's so strange about this? Someone arranged it many years ago. With the help of that Lu. With the help of those two people, if this world can't fight against the demon god, then it deserves to be reduced to a demon's domain. Qin Yuanshang said, pausing in the middle. It seemed that he had some scruples about those two people, and was unwilling to mention their actual names. In fact, when he said this, many people, including Su Qixing, Gongsun Quan, and the dozens of experts behind the three of them, were stunned, as if they were extremely afraid. Previously, I received news from people in this world that there's a force called the Desolate Country in this world. It's very powerful. I wonder how many experts are left after the battle with the demon god. After a while, Su Qixing spoke again. I also heard that the Rock Emperor of the Desolate Country, known as the Demon King Du Xiaofu, is young, but his cultivation is not weak. It seems that there's a lot of conflict between our legalism and him. Qin Yuanshang said. It's not just legalism. Our School of Famous and your School of Vertical and Horizontal have deep hatred for that kid. I really want to go to the Desolate Country and see the true face of that Demon King Du Xiaofu. I want to see if he has 3 heads and 6 arms and how many moves he can take. As Gongsun Quan spoke, he retracted his gaze from Su Qixing. The gloomy expression on his face deepened. However, his tone was a little flat. His focus was on the Demon King Du Xiaofu, and he was not interested in how many people from his family had died at the hands of the other party. That Du Xiaofu must have been arranged by that person. I'm afraid his strength is not to be underestimated. We're new here, so it's better for us to keep a low profile. Once we understand the specific situation, we'll make plans for the next step. Su Qixing of the School of Vertical and Horizontal was very cautious as he spoke softly. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. That Demon King Du Xiaofu was able to stand at the top of this world, and was also the person chosen by that person. He must have his own extraordinary qualities. It would not be easy to deal with him if they provoked him. As the three of them spoke, they led the people behind them and descended from the void. The 3 spatial rifts that occupied the sky had already closed. However, right after they descended to midair, before they could even reach the ground, the sky above them began to crack again. Chi chi chi. Spatial rifts spread, and the faint sound of wind and thunder could be heard. However, the commotion caused by this scene was much, much smaller than the commotion caused by the 3 people's arrival earlier. The crack appeared suddenly, but it quickly disappearing without a trace. At the same time, a large number of people walked out from each of the rifts. Haha, I didn't expect such a coincidence. The School of Agriculture, school of Confucianism, school of Taoism, school of yin-yang, school of Buddhism, and school of Moism are all here." Seeing the appearance of these people, Su Qixing laughed and said again, "Amit Ba." Among the several forces, there was a group of bald monks. An old monk among them chanted the name of Buddha loudly, but he did not respond to Su Qixing's words. "Ha ha, legalism, school of thought, school of martial arts, you're one step faster than others." Among the people who came, a scholarly man holding a feather fan chuckled and said, "Indeed, we're fast enough. We broke through the void and seem to have noticed a huge commotion. Why, did you come to this world to show off your power?" A hale and hearty old man in a Taoist robe said. As he spoke, he kept stroking the slender beard under his chin. "I heard that the three of you were beaten up badly in this world. This time you brought so many people. Don't tell me you're here to get beaten up again?" On the other side, another young man with eyes as bright as stars raised his eyebrows and said. The way he looked at Qin Yuanshang, Gong Sun Quan, and Su Qixing seemed to have some pity or ridicule in his eyes. "Sun Yufang, Qian Shuzi, Qixing Long, what's the meaning of this? If you want to fight, I, Qin Yuanshang, will accompany you at any time." The legalism Qin Yuanshang could not help but shout as he pointed at the three people who had spoken before. Hearing this, Gong Sun Quan and Su Qixing's faces darkened at the same time. Although they did not care about the life and death of the people of the branch families in this world, when the three people mentioned it, it was like a slap to their faces. "Do you think we're afraid of you? It just so happens that the person who beat you has a good relationship with the branch families of our Confucianism in this world. If you want to show off your power here, I don't mind helping him to teach you a lesson." The scholarly man waved the feather fan in his hand a few times and then said with a cold snort. He was Sun Yufang, whom Qin Yuanshang mentioned. "That's right. Du Xiaofu has a good relationship with our school of Taoism. This time, we're planning to go back and meet him. Why don't we teach you a lesson first? I think he'll like this meeting gift." Qian Shuzi of the school of Taoism also said with a smile, looking unfathomable. "Needless to say, the school of yin-yang. I heard that one of the most talented girls in our family was taken away by Du Xiaofu. I'm also very interested in him, and want to give him a gift before we meet. It's a good idea to beat you black and blue and hand you to him." Qi Xinglong of the school of yin-yang said with a smile. "That? If you want to fight, can the school of agriculture also join in? The more the merrier." In the camp of the school of agriculture, there was a young man who could not help but interject weakly in the face of the confrontation between the legalism, the school of yin-yang, and the school of Taoism. The young man's face flushed red, as if he was very shy in front of these older generation experts, and was too embarrassed to speak loudly. The school of Mo would also like to join in this fun. What do you think? In the school of Mo, a burly man suddenly took out a large saber and weighed it in his hand and said, "Of course you're welcome to join in the fun. I wonder which side do you two want to stand on?" Qi Xinglong cupped his hands and asked the young man and the burly man with a smile. However, from his smile, it seemed like he had a card up his sleeve. "Well, our farmer's branch family has a very good relationship with the great rock emperor. Of course, the more friends we have, the better. Although we came from the main family, it's best if we can continue this friendship. We can't disgrace the branch family." The young man named Zhou Qinglian blushed and said with a dry smile after bowing to Qi Xinglong. "The same goes for the school of Mo." The large saber in Hu Sandao's hand trembled slightly as he snorted. "If you want to fight, you'll have plenty of chances in the future. Let's forget about it today. We still have important matters to attend to. Moreover, everyone's strength is suppressed in this realm. We can't do anything at all. We'll settle this in the future." Su Qixing of the school of vertical and horizontal narrowed his small eyes. His tone was very calm, but there was an extreme coldness in his words. He wasn't stupid. The school of Confucianism, the school of Taoism, the school of yin-yang, the school of agriculture, and the school of Mo had all expressed their opinions. Only the school of Buddhism stood aside and didn't say anything. The school of legalism, the school of famous names, and the school of vertical and horizontal combined were no match for the other 5. Everyone's cultivation was suppressed to the peak of the Saint Realm consummate, so there wasn't much difference in their strength. If they were to fight now, it would be 3 against 5. It would be no different from asking for a beating. Humph, the school of famous names will remember what happened today. Gom Sun Quan of the school of famous names snorted coldly. With a flick of his sleeve, a tyrannical force swept out, enveloping the dozens of people behind him and quickly leaving. Everyone, it's a small world. We'll meet again someday. Let's go. Qin Yuanshang was the first to move. He led the school of legalism and left. We're leaving too. Su Qixing stared at Sun Yufang, Qian Shuzi, Qi Xinglong, Zhou Qinglian, and Hu Sandao with a venomous gaze. Then, he led the school of vertical and horizontal and broke through the void and left. Heh! Sun Yufang of the school of Confucianism looked at the 3 leaving and suddenly laughed. Scholars are indeed full of evil tricks, Qian Shuzi of the school of Taoism said with a smile. If you're not evil, how can you establish yourself in the 33 heavens? Speaking of which, you're not any better. Sun Yufang smiled slightly and said softly, Everyone, let's go. After we're done with this, we'll go to the desolate nation to take a look. I'm very curious about that kid, Qi Xinglong of the school of Yin-Yang said. Then, he cupped his hands at the others. He raised his sleeve and scattered starlight that covered the sky, covering the people behind him. When the starlight disappeared, the dozens of people were also gone. Chapter 2671. The experts of the 9 great clans had arrived in this realm. After a round of confrontation, they all left to find their own branch families. When they arrived in this realm, everyone's cultivation was suppressed to a certain extent. The leaders could only have the strength of an ordinary Saint Realm consummate. Therefore, after the arrival of the 9 great clans, their every move did not escape the senses of little Xingxing, a heavenly saint expert. The scene of Confucianism, the school of agriculture, the school of Moism, the school of Yin-Yang, and the school of Taoism joining forces to challenge legalism, the school of famers, and the school of vertical and horizontal made little Xingxing smile. Those people might be considered experts in the outside world, but after being suppressed in this realm, compared to Du Xiaoyao, Du Yunlong, and the others of the desolate country, they were not enough. Therefore, the 10 or so heavenly saints and half-step heavenly saints of the desolate country had been sitting cross-legged outside the ancestral hall of the Du family, silently guarding Du Xiaofu. As long as the people of legalism, the school of famers, and the school of vertical and horizontal did not come looking for trouble, they would be happy to have peace and would not take the initiative to look for trouble. After all, the grudges were over. Those 3 families had also contributed in the great calamity, and had suffered heavy losses. As long as the other party did not come looking for trouble, what harm was there in letting bygones be bygones? However, the actual situation was very different from what little Xingxing and the others had expected. At this time, Qin Yuanshang and dozens of people had already arrived in the legalism branch. The branch family of legalism in this realm only had dozens of people left. Faced with the arrival of a large group of experts, these people all knelt on the ground in fear and excitement, respectfully welcoming the experts of the main family. I am Han Sung, leading the branch family of legalism to welcome the divine ancestors. On the ground, an old man with a white beard said respectfully to Qin Yuanshang and the others, his face almost touching the ground. Divine ancestor? Ha ha! After hearing this name, Qin Yuanshang was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed strangely. He couldn't help but sigh at the narrow-mindedness of the creatures of this world. In their eyes, the strongest was only the Saint Realm. Whether it was the initial stage of the Saint Realm, or the Heavenly Saint Realm, these people all called them divine ancestors. But in truth, with Qin Yuanshang's true strength in the 33 heavens, he was far stronger than the heavenly saints of this world. Get up! Qin Yuanshang said indifferently. He glanced at the old man and knew that he was a cultivator of the one marshaled domain realm. Among the dozens of survivors of the legalism, he was the strongest. Thank you, holy ancestor! After the old man who called himself Han Sung thanked him, he stood up with the dozens of people behind him. So weak? According to the level of this realm, there isn't even a single Saint Realm expert. Qin Yuanshang quickly discovered that among the dozens of people kneeling in front of him, other than the old man, there were only 2 other people in the martial domain realm. The rest were even weaker. This caused him to frown slightly, and he seemed to be slightly stunned. Logically speaking, this world was very special. Although it couldn't be compared to the 33 heavens, it should be much stronger than the other small worlds. With the foundation of the legalism in this world, there should be at least dozens of Saint Realm cultivators. But now, there wasn't even a single Saint Realm expert, let alone someone stronger. Are you the only ones left of the legalism branch? Facing the old man Han Sung, Qin Yuanshang walked into the legalism with his hands behind his back. As he walked, he asked without looking back. Divine Ancestor, these are the only ones left. Too many died in the great calamity of the devil religion. In addition, most of them were. Han Sung replied, but in the end, he couldn't continue, as if he was afraid of something. By what? If you have something to say, say it. Don't hesitate. Next to Qin Yuanshang, a young man who also came from the upper realm glared at Han Sung and shouted angrily. He was very unhappy. Han Sung was immediately shocked. He was intimidated by the other party's fierce aura, and beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. He trembled and stammered. Because of the great calamity of the devil religion, most of the legalism refused to fight, and they were all killed by the Rock Emperor. What? Qin Yuanshang's voice suddenly became sharper. He said in great surprise. You mean most of them didn't die because of the great calamity of the devil religion, but died at the hands of Du Xiaofu? Yes. Han Sung bowed, thought for a moment, and replied. The Rock Emperor has the 9 divine thunder cauldrons left behind by the Lord of the 3,000 sectors. He ordered the 9 families to kill anyone who disobeyed. What a good Du Xiaofu! He's quite impressive. Qin Yuanshang's expression turned cold when he heard this. He turned to ask Han Sung. Legalism as a whole. Since they refused to fight and were killed by Du Xiaofu, why are you all fine? Divine Ancestor, the Rock Emperor's mother is a person of legalism. Therefore, during the great calamity, the Han family all went to fight under the leadership of their second uncle, while the Li family and the Qin family refused to fight. Thus, they were killed. The entire legalism was razed to the ground by the purple lightning cauldron. Han Sung said respectfully. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yuanshang's expression immediately became uglier. You mean, only the Han family is alive now, and the Qin family and the Li family both died at the hands of Du Xiaofu? Qin Yuanshang's broad forehead faintly bulged with blue veins, as if he was brewing anger. Yes. Feeling Qin Yuanshang's anger, Han Sung bowed even deeper. Bastard. Qin Yuanshang stopped walking and cursed loudly. He was unable to restrain his anger. Du Xiaofu is really quite impressive. Does he think that just because he has the support of that Lu fellow, he can do whatever he wants to the school of legalism? While he shouted, Qin Yuanshang no longer cared about the taboo of the words. Lu guy. Instantly, his mind was blinded by anger. In this world, the Qin family of legalism was also related to him by blood. If they had died under the great calamity and the devil religion, he could accept it. He never thought that with so many people, besides the Qin family and the Li family, all of them had been killed by that Du Xiaofu. This was simply going too far. Uncle Yuanshang, that Du Xiaofu is really bold. Does he really think that our legalism is easy to bully? If we don't teach him a lesson, he truly thinks that with the support of Lu Xiaoyu and Long Xian, he can rebel. That young man next to Qin Yuanshang shouted, and his expression was also unsightly. He was from the Li family. He could not help but feel angry when all of his family members were killed in this world. However, as soon as the young man finished speaking, he only heard a crisp "pa" sound next to his ear. Immediately after, he felt a burning pain on his face. Apparently, someone had given him a hard slap. You bastard, do you think you can call out the names of those two? If you want to die, go ahead and blow yourself up. Don't drag our legalism down with you. Qin Yuanshang's face was incomparably ashen. He clenched his hand that had slapped him as if he wanted to choke this young man to death. Even he didn't dare to mention Lu Xiaoyu and Long Xian's names directly. Occasionally, he could only use those two as a replacement. Just now, in a fit of rage, he said the three words surnamed Lu. However, this kid had called them out so loudly as if nothing was taboo. Although it was not to the extent of being heard by those two, Qin Yuanshang could not help but tremble in fear and panic for those two fiends. Uncle Yuanshang. The young man covered his face as if he had been wrong, but he did not talk back. Qin Yuanshang let out a long sigh and said with a serious expression, "All right, don't mention them again in the future. Even the strongest person in our legalism doesn't dare to provoke those two, let alone you and me." He paused for a moment and changed the topic. Legalism's debt should indeed be settled with Du Xiaofu. However, since he is the chosen one and has the ability to defeat the demon god, I'm afraid his strength is not simple. Therefore, we will remember this grudge first. It won't be too late to take revenge in the future. After Qin Yuanshang finished speaking, Han Sung, who was standing respectfully at the side, hesitated for a moment. However, in the end, he unexpectedly said, "Divine Ancestor, the Rock Emperor has fallen in the battle with the demon god." Qin Yuanshang was stunned as if he did not hear clearly. He hurriedly asked, "Say it again." "Divine Ancestor, a few months ago, the Rock Emperor paid the price of his life and perished together with the demon god." Han Sung's old face was full of respect as he bowed to Qin Yuanshang. "Dead?" The young man beside Qin Yuanshang also widened his eyes in disbelief as he stared blankly at Han Sung. However, Qin Yuanshang suddenly began to laugh loudly. "Ha ha 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 ha. He's dead. That's wonderful. I was still wondering how the demon god could be so easily killed by a brat with his strength. It turns out that he risked his life for the demon god. With the arrangement of those two, this ending should be enough. Uncle Yuanshang, that Du Xiaofu killed so many people from legalism. If this debt is not settled, how can legalism have the face to establish itself in this world? Why not just abandon the foundation here? Why bother to rebuild it?" The young man also came to his senses and gritted his teeth as he spoke to Qin Yuanshang. "That's right. Du Xiaofu is dead. I want to settle this debt now." Qin Yuanshang clenched his fist tightly as he spoke with a ferocious expression. If Du Xiaofu was still alive, with his strength that could fight against the demon god, they would have to think twice if they wanted to provoke him. However, he was indeed dead. What did they, who came from the upper realm, have to fear? Du Xiaofu dared to kill people from legalism. Doesn't he have a barren country himself? How legalism is treated in this world, I'll give them a taste of their own medicine and destroy them," Qin Yuanshang said viciously as his eyes shone with a fierce light. "That, Divine Ancestor, there are still many powerful people in the barren country." Han Sung spoke up at the right time and interrupted. "Oh? How is the strength of those powerful people compared to Du Xiaofu before he died?" Without waiting for Qin Yuanshang to speak, the young man raised his eyebrows and asked. "This?" Han Sung deliberated for a while before saying, "Those people are naturally far inferior to the Rock Emperor." "Then it's settled. We've heard a lot about Du Xiaofu's deeds in the upper realm. Without his existence, can the barren country still be called the barren country?" The young man spoke arrogantly and was indescribably proud of himself. After all, they came from the 33 heavens. Because the living beings in this world were from a small world, how strong could they be? This time, Han Sung was stunned by the question and did not answer for a long time. "I can't wait to go to the barren country. Although Du Xiaofu is dead, someone has to bear the consequences and pay the price for what he did." Qin Yuanshang clenched his fists and said coldly, "Uncle Yuanshang, let's go now," the young man said. "All right. However, to be safe, let's discuss with Gong Sun Quan and Su Qixing first. If they're willing, we can work together." No matter how powerful the barren country is, it's impossible for it to withstand the combined forces of the three of us. When the barren country is destroyed, the school of agriculture, school of Moism, school of yin-yang, school of Confucianism, and school of Taoism will have no reason to say anything." As Qin Yuanshang spoke, he waved his sleeve at the dozens of people from the upper realm and said, "Let's go! Divine Ancestor." Han Tsung stretched out his hand, wanting to stop them and say something, but those people left too quickly. Just as he spoke, the ripples in the void had already stopped. The silhouettes of the dozens of people also disappeared. "Something big is going to happen. What should we do?" Han Tsung was so anxious that he stomped his feet, but there was nothing he could do. He really wanted to rush up and say that although the barren country's rock emperor was dead and the others were not as strong as him, they were still very difficult to deal with. Among those people, there was a heavenly sage realm and many half-step heavenly sage experts. With the current strength of the people from legalism, no one could catch up to them. "I hope the Divine Ancestor and the others are strong enough to defeat the people from the barren country," Han Tsung thought to himself. Qin Yuanshang and the others came from the upper realm. After being suppressed here, if they still had the strength of a half-step heavenly sage or a heavenly sage, it should not be too difficult for them to protect themselves against the people from the barren country. However, Han Tsung and the others were unable to see through the true cultivation of the dozens of people from the upper realm. As for the final result, he could not judge. He only knew that something big would definitely happen. Qin Yuanshang and the others did not delay and moved quickly. They even split into two groups. One group was led by him and went straight to the school of vertical and horizontal, while the other group was led by the young man and went to Zhongming. These experts could not wait and kept rubbing their hands together, as if they wanted to show off their skills. The two groups were very lucky. Before they reached the school of famous and vertical, they had already met up with Gong Sun Quan and Su Qixing. As it turned out, the two groups of famed scholars and school of vertical and horizontal experts from the upper realm had actually broken through the air on their way to the branch family. Facing the broken mountains and rivers of this world, as well as the gigantic lake formed by the demonic god's footprints, they were deeply shocked by the demonic god's strength. Although they didn't waste too much time because of this, it gave Qin Yuanshang and the young man the opportunity to intercept them midway. After hearing the reason of the people from legalism, Gong Sun Quan, as the leader of the school of famous, agreed without any hesitation. He was willing to deal with the barren country with the legalism. On the other hand, Su Qixing from the school of vertical and horizontal thought deeply for a while. In the end, he finally nodded under Qin Yuanshang's repeated persuasion. As a result, the three groups quickly gathered together and went straight to the barren country. Each of them brought dozens of people with them. The three groups added together had about 160 to 70 people. Among these 100-plus people, more than half of them were above the Saint Realm, and there were more than 100 of them in this world. With such strength, wouldn't they be able to do whatever they wanted in this small world? Although this small world was different from other small worlds, it was a little special. That Du Xiaofu has a deep hatred for the branch families of our three families in this world. With his death, the rest of the people in the barren country are no longer a concern. However, they have to pay the price for what they have done to our three families. If we can't raise the barren country to the ground, we might as well leave this world. We don't have the face to continue staying here. As the group hurried along, Gong Sun Quan's expression was very cold. He could not wait to appear in the barren country. Brother Gong Sun is right. That Du Xiaofu has always looked down on our three families because he has some ability. With that person backing him up, he became even more unscrupulous. This time, he is dead. However, the people of the barren country will have to pay for this debt, Qin Yuanshang said. His words were filled with cold, killing intent. On the contrary, Su Qixing, who was walking side by side with the two of them, did not reply. He only ran silently. No one knew what was on his mind. In this small world, almost all living things knew about the existence of the barren country. Therefore, to the people of the school of legalism, the school of famous scholars, and the school of vertical and horizontal, If they wanted to find the location of the barren country, they could easily find someone to interrogate. After passing through the void tunnel, the three groups of people did not take too long to reach the borders of the barren country. This is the place. The capital of the barren country is called Stone City. It shouldn't be far. Let's go! Gongsun Quan waved his hand and once again entered the void. He led more than 100 people and rushed towards the capital of the barren country with murderous intent. Chi. A violent spatial fluctuation spread out. Finally, one figure after another walked out of the void. Every one of them exuded a powerful aura. At first glance, it was obvious that they did not come with good intentions. The appearance of this group of people caused many of the weaker cultivators and commoners in the Stone City to panic. They had to look up to such an existence. Who are those people? They don't seem to know how to restrain themselves. Although they looked up, none of the residents of the barren country showed any signs of panic. After all, this was the barren country. If anyone dared to behave atrociously and come to the barren country to show off, they would have to bear the consequences. As for the experts in the barren country, all the residents of the barren country knew that none of them were to be trifled with. Chapter 2672. In fact, Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaolin, Yi Piaoling, and Du Xiaojing had already noticed the spatial ripples outside the Du family's ancestral hall before the three schools of legalism, school of famous names, and school of vertical and horizontal flew out. One by one, the experts woke up from their meditation and opened their eyes. Legalism, school of famous names, and school of vertical and horizontal. It seems like they still haven't given up, Du Yunlong said nonchalantly among the crowd. That's quite a lineup, but they don't seem to be very strong. Du Xiaoyao curled his lips and said disdainfully. With those people's strength, there was no need for them to do anything. Han Ji, Ouyang Xuan, Elder Lei, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, Dong Fan Qingmu, Yi Zijin, and many other Saint Realm experts were still in the desolate country. Apart from Yi Piaoling and Xiangu Yu, 16 of the 18 celestial generals were also guarding the palace. There were at least dozens of Saint Realm experts in total. Moreover, there were also 2 half-step heavenly saints, Du Tingxian and Jinqing Chun, holding the line. If those 3 schools really came to cause trouble, the result would be obvious. Sure enough, after more than 100 people broke through the air, figures shot out from various places in the Stone City one after another. They rushed into the air and confronted those people. Amo Tian Shao, Nether Demon, Yellow Han, Du Fenshin, Old Monster Green Fox, Du Xiaoman, Yi Wuming, Lei Yang, Bing Toad, and Fei Yu were all among them. Let's watch first. If they really want to fight, we'll accompany them when the time comes. Little Xingxing, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaohuang, and the others did not move. They still sat quietly outside the Du family's ancestral hall. Even Du Tingxian and Jinqing Chun did not appear. It was not time for them to make a move yet. In the Stone City, many residents stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky, beginning to discuss. Look, there are so many experts. Where did those people come from? They actually came to the desolate country with such fanfare. It seems like they are here to cause trouble. How dare you not walk into Stone City after coming here? How dare you disrespect the Rock Emperor? Damn you! If I had the strength, I would beat them up one by one and hang them on the city wall for 49 days until they realize their mistakes. It doesn't matter if we are not strong enough. The desolate country is full of experts. Those people will have to bear the consequences in the end. The residents of Stone City were boiling with anger because of these people's disrespect towards the Rock Emperor. They wanted nothing more than to roll up their sleeves and fight. If he was strong enough, he would definitely push them all to the ground and kowtow to the Rock Emperor. What a great desolate country! Their strength is not weak at all. In the sky above Stone City, Qin Yuanshang's eyes could not help but twitch as he looked at the dozens of Saint Realm cultivators opposite him. He was surprised by such strength. It was unbelievable that a force in a small world could have so many experts. Qin Yuanshang was glad that he had brought Gong Sun Quan and Su Qixing with him. Otherwise, with his legalism alone, it would be hard to say what would happen if he faced the experts of the desolate country. Of course, if his cultivation had not been suppressed by the power of heaven and earth, he would not have been able to spy on the existence of Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaolin, Jin Qingchen, and Little Xingxing. He would not have been so calm. More than 60 Saint Realm experts. They are indeed not weak. Gong Sun Quan nodded in agreement with Qin Yuanshang's words. It should be known that this was a small world, not an existence like the 33 heavens. Compared to other small worlds, such strength was too terrifying. It could be said that if the people of the desolate country were to go on an expedition, they could easily take down all the small worlds. After all, this world is too special. It's not too strange for such a situation to occur. However, if you really want to compare it with the 33 heavens, it is not enough. Su Qixing's eyes flashed as he said. While the three of them were talking, Yu Wuming stepped out from the desolate country's lineup. His seemingly old eyes swept across Qin Wushang, Gong Sun Quan, and Su Qixing as he said, "You are from the 33 heavens. Are you from the 9 great families?" 9 great families? The three of them were stunned when they heard this. Then, they all understood. Yes, there are only 9 great families in this world. Ignorant ants. Gong Sun Quan spat and mocked. In fact, they did not know that before Fuibai and the others left, they had already told the desolate country about the 33 heavens and the 100 schools of thought. It was just that they were used to calling them the 9 great families and did not pay attention to it. Dog, if you dare to scold me again, do you believe that I will not let you die without a burial ground? Little Tiger Du took a step forward and stood beside Old Yi. He stared coldly at Gong Sun Quan as a terrifying murderous aura spread out and surged towards Gong Sun Quan. Stomp! Gong Sun Quan suddenly took a step back and dispersed the surging aura. He was a little surprised. That seemingly ordinary young man was also a sage accomplished realm expert. So, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised by this. Such strength would not be below his current strength. You talk big. The people around Du Xiaofu are indeed arrogant. You have killed so many of my legalism, school of famers, and school of vertical and horizontal. Today, it is the desolate country's turn to pay the debt. Qin Yuanshang snorted coldly as his body pressed forward. A powerful pressure instantly spread out, causing the people behind him to feel a little breathless. However, despite their actions, the desolate country's lineup did not seem to be messed up at all. Instead, each of them looked at Qin Yuanshang with a deep sense of sarcasm. All of them are experts. In front of the school of vertical and horizontal, Su Qixing, who was as fat as a mountain of meat, suddenly opened his small eyes. He noticed that although the desolate countryside only had about half the number of people from the 3 families combined, few people showed any signs of being unable to bear the pressure of Qin Yuanshang's aura. In this way, most of the dozens of people had reached the perfect saint stage. The weakest ones were at the later saint stage. There were almost no early or middle saint stage cultivators. Under such a comparison, the overall strength of the 3 families combined would not be stronger than these people. It seems that this battle is not going to be easy, Su Qixing muttered to himself as he quickly calculated in his mind. No one knew what he was thinking. Those who died in the hands of the desolate country deserved to die. They absolutely deserved to die. If you came here today to stand up for the people of your 3 families who died, I believe that your end will be no different from theirs. The old monster green fox said coldly with a gloomy face. At this time, how could they not know the origin of these people? Who else could they be but the legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal from the upper world? The hatred between the 3 families of the desolate country had long been very deep. They did not know how many people had died in the hands of Du Xiaofu. However, they had only themselves to blame for all this. They could not blame anyone else. Therefore, when the old monster green fox said those words, he was naturally confident and confident. What a good way to say that they deserve to die. You are indeed brave. But you should know that in this world, the strong are respected. The words of the one with the bigger fist are the truth. The people of the three families died because they were not strong enough. And the desolate country will be destroyed today because they deserve to die. Qin Yuanshang's face was cold, and his killing intent surged. It was obvious that he did not intend to stop today. Even though he had sensed the strength of the desolate country's lineup, he was not afraid. After all, he had so many people on his side. If he could not even take down a small desolate country, not to mention the branch families in this world, even the main family in the upper world would be disgraced. However, to Qin Yuanshang's surprise, he thought that his words would make the people of the desolate country extremely afraid. Because the desolate country did not have the upper hand in terms of strength. However, as soon as he said those words, dozens of people on the opposite side sneered at him. This made him even angrier. Because the Qin family and the Li family of the legalism branch families had been killed, his anger burned even more fiercely. The dog who spoke just now, I don't know if your brain has been squeezed by a door. You are just a few fleas. How dare you come to the desolate country and make a fuss without considering your own strength? Ouyang Shuang suddenly spoke. Her words were not polite at all, and she directly scolded them. Su Qixing and the other two took a closer look and found that the other party was a woman with a hot body. Bitch, who are you calling a dog? Qin Yuanshang was instantly filled with anger. He did not restrain his aura at all and charged directly at Ouyang Shuang. This time, Ouyang Shuang did not answer. Instead, it was little Tiger Du who spoke again. Whoever answers is the one. Kid, you're courting death. Qin Yuanshang was seething with anger. He suddenly shouted, and then his body swept out like lightning. In an instant, he appeared in front of little Tiger Du. At the same time, he threw out a palm across the sky, triggering the boundless power between heaven and earth. Terrifying spatial fluctuations spread out like a huge wave, rushing in all directions. This palm was graceful and absent-minded, transforming into strange afterimages. It directly pressed down on little Tiger Du's chest. Roar! In the face of Qin Yuanshang's attack, little Tiger Du's throat suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar. It was like a violent thunderclap, and the sky and earth trembled along with it. At the same time, his body transformed, and the huge body of the dark heavenly tiger appeared. Its vigorous and powerful wings flapped, and black talisman runes filled the sky. It directly swept towards Qin Yuanshang's palm. Chi! The two's attacks collided in an instant. The vigorous energy collided, and in an instant, a terrifying fluctuation erupted. A terrifying black hole was torn open in the space, and it was suffused with a gloomy light. Waves of terrifying energy waves drifted and spread out in the sky above the stone city. The two figures, one man and one tiger, were pushed back. Little Tiger Du walked in the void and quickly stabilized his body. The body of the dark heavenly Tiger Du was unscathed. Such powerful strength! On the other hand, on Qin Yuanshang's side, one of his palms was torn open, and blood dripped down. Although it was not a serious injury, one could clearly see that there was a certain gap in strength between the two through just one blow. This exchange between the two of them caused the countless people in the stone city below to erupt into earth-shattering cheers. Good! Good fight! Beat them up! How dare they disrespect the Rock Emperor? We must teach them a lesson! Beat them up! Beat them until they fly in and crawl out! No, we must make them go out on their knees! Many residents shouted loudly, cheering for little Tiger Du. His original body is actually from the dark heavenly tiger clan. To have such strength at such a young age, he is indeed extraordinary. In the sky above the stone city, Su Qixing's eyes narrowed again. He looked at little Tiger Du with a glint in his eyes. With such little strength, they dare to behave atrociously in the desolate country. In that case, we don't need to hold back. Teach them a lesson. At this moment, Elder Yi spoke again. With a gentle wave of his hand, dozens of people from the desolate country moved together, closing in on the formation of legalism, school of famers, and school of vertical and horizontal. Legalism, listen up. The desolate country has a deep feud with our legalism. Today is the day they will be destroyed. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Qin Yuanshang roared out. He gave the order to the people from the school of legalism behind him. Several dozen of them shot out as well. However, Gong Sun Quan and Su Qixing, who were beside him, did not move. What are the two of you waiting for? If you don't act now, when will you? Qin Yuanshang suddenly turned his head and shouted at the two of them. The three of them had come together to teach the people from the desolate country a lesson. The debt that Du Xiaofu owed them would be repaid by the people around him. Even though the desolate country had shown great strength, the three of them were not really afraid of the desolate country when they joined forces. All right, School of Famers, kill them. After a moment of hesitation, Gong Sun Quan also led the crowd and rushed out. Even if we can win this battle in the end, our school of vertical and horizontal will suffer great losses. This deal doesn't seem to be worth it. However, Su Qixing still did not move. Seeing that Qin Yuanshang and Gong Sun Quan were fighting with the people from the desolate country, he frowned. At this moment, he felt like he had been cheated. The strength of the desolate country was not as weak as he had imagined. Even if he led the experts from the school of vertical and horizontal and joined forces with Qin Yuanshang and Gong Sun Quan, they would not be able to gain much of an advantage. Therefore, he was a little afraid. If they fought to the death with the desolate country, even if they could win, they would suffer great losses. Su Qixing, you bastard, why aren't you attacking? On the other side, Qin Yuanshang and Little Tiger Du were fighting again. At the same time, they could not stop cursing and were even more furious. They had agreed that the three of them would attack together. However, at this crucial moment, Su Qixing was still watching from the sidelines and had no intention of interfering. This made Qin Yuanshang's heart burn with anger. He was so aggrieved that he wanted to die. If the school of vertical and horizontal did not attack, there was no way to fight this battle. They could only be trampled on by the desolate country. Su Qixing, if you don't attack, my school of vertical and horizontal will not let you off. In the battlefield, Gong Sun Quan was also furious and shouted in Su Qixing's direction. However, unexpectedly, while he was distracted, Han Ji's slender palm struck his shoulder and sent him flying. In response, Han Ji only smiled charmingly. Then, with a twist of her delicate body, she chased after him again. Good! Take care of them. Beat them up until they look like pigs. A bunch of people who are asking for a beating. You are the ones who are asking for a beating. Look, that damn fatty is scared out of his wits. The heroes of the desolate country are unparalleled. Below, the stone city was filled with waves of cheers. Many residents were shouting with all their might. Some of the cultivators even used profound qi in their words. Their loud voices resounded throughout the entire stone city. Su Qixing frowned. In his eyes, the legalism and school of vertical and horizontal were being suppressed by the desolate country. They did not have any temper at all. There was not much difference in the number of people on both sides. However, in terms of overall strength, the desolate country was much stronger. If he did not attack, Qin Yuanshang and Gong Sun Quan's fates would be worrying. Su Qixing lifted one leg and was about to step out of the void to help. However, his leg stopped in midair and did not fall for a long time. He was constantly thinking about the pros and cons. If he did not help, the relationship between the school of vertical and horizontal and the legalism and horizontal would definitely be broken. It might even lead to hatred in the main family, and a bloody battle might even break out. However, if he went to help and fought to the end, he was worried that not many of the experts he brought with him would be able to return alive. After thinking for a long time and weighing the pros and cons, Su Qixing's squinted eyes finally revealed a determined look. He lifted his leg and finally took a step out. No matter what, it was better to have some people die than to face the joint attack of the legalism and vertical and horizontal families. As long as he could eliminate most of the desolate country's strength, he could send a message to the upper realm and send more experts down. Finally, he could uproot the entire desolate country. That would be a great achievement. However, just as Su Qixing took a step out, he suddenly felt his heart tighten. It was as if an invisible hand had suddenly grabbed it. He felt a few terrifyingly powerful auras sweeping over, causing his primordial spirit to tremble. My Shuangyang was right. You bunch of idiots must have had your brains squashed by the door. At this moment, a little girl's voice rang out and entered everyone's ears. However, it was this little girl's voice that caused the people from the three families, including Su Qixing, Gong Sunquan, and Qin Yuanshang, to shiver inexplicably. A chill rose from the soles of everyone's feet and rushed straight to their heads. Grandpa Yi, Auntie Xuan, Uncle Little Tiger, Auntie Xiaoqing, all of you can leave first. Leave this to us. Immediately after, another little boy's voice rang out. Similarly, it caused everyone to break out in a cold sweat. They felt as if they were being stared at by a terrifying beast, and a chill ran down their spines. Grandpas, uncles, and auntie, let us take care of these people. You can go down and watch. Chapter 2673. While Qin Yuanshang, Gong Sunquan, Su Qixing, and the others were still in shock, another childish voice rang out. A total of 3 children's voices reverberated above the stone city and drilled into everyone's ears. Xiaohuang, Xiaoba, Xiaolin, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger Du, Old Monster Green Fox, Ouyang Shuang, and dozens of other saints of the barren nation, who were fighting fiercely with the people from the 3 major families, instantly abandoned their opponents and retreated to a distance and gathered together. The more than 100 people from the School of Legalism, the School of Famous Scholars, and the School of Vertical and Horizontal were a little stunned. Under their gazes, they saw 3 young figures walking in the air from below as if they were walking on an invisible staircase. The barren nation's experts have appeared. It's the Rock Emperor's son, daughter, and nephew. These 3 kids aren't very old, but they're all Lords of Terror. Now those invaders will suffer. Let's see how they can jump around. Prince, Princess, teach them a lesson. Let those people know the power of the barren nation. Below the stone city, many residents shouted when they saw Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaohuang, and Du Xiaolin appear. Everyone clenched their fists in excitement. They all knew that the strength of these 3 little fellows was extremely terrifying. If not for their young age, in terms of talent, none of them would be inferior to the Rock Emperor. With them taking action, the outcome of those invaders could be imagined. 3 little brats? Gong Sun Quan's eyes widened as he looked at the 3 figures rapidly approaching. He felt extremely incredulous. It turned out that they were really 3 little kids. However, it was these 3 little kids that made his heart tremble for no reason. These are not 3 little brats. These are 3 experts. On the other side, Su Qixing narrowed his small eyes and his heart was heavy. He could clearly feel that the 3 little kids had extremely terrifying auras. Therefore, he could not judge these 3 people by the standards of looking at children. These were 3 top-notch cultivators, who were much more terrifying than the dozens of saints from the barren country. The desolate country was much more powerful and terrifying than they had imagined. Just as he was about to lead his men to attack, he stopped and decided to observe the situation first. A supreme Ant Phoenix and a little Qilin. Is the one in the middle a human? Why does he have such a strong aura of the golden-winged great rock? Gong Sun Quan was astonished. Whether it was the Ant Phoenix, the little Qilin, or the golden-winged great Ping race, these 3 races were absolutely powerful existences in the 33 heavens. The School of Legalism, School of Famous Philosophers, and School of Vertical and Horizontal were among the most powerful schools in the 100 schools of thought. However, when facing the 3 races, they still had to be polite. If they fought, they definitely wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. A bunch of blind dogs, how dare you come barking in my desolate country? Du Xiaoba's small body was muscular, and a faint golden light erupted from his body, making him look as fierce as a human-shaped golden-winged great rock. His young face had a domineering and fierce expression. He looked at the people from the School of Legalism, School of Famous Philosophers, and School of Vertical and Horizontal as if he was looking at a group of dead people. 3 immature bastards. You're young, but you sure talk big. Among the 3 schools, Qin Yuanshang slowly calmed down after his initial shock. Although the aura emitted by the 3 little guys was stronger than him, Gong Sun Quan, and Su Qixing, it wasn't enough to make him feel afraid. After all, they had come from the 33 heavens. If they were in the outside world, with their strength and the cultivation standards of this world, they would be experts in the heavenly saint realm. Although these 3 little fellows were extremely extraordinary, to them, they weren't considered to be very powerful. We are indeed arrogant, but your barking is even louder! Du Xiaohuang snorted coldly and said. Before she finished speaking, she, Du Xiaoba, and Du Xiaolan had already stepped into the air and directly closed in on the experts of the 2 families. Little thing, you have a sharp tongue. I think your elders didn't teach you well. Today, let me teach you how to behave on behalf of your elders. Du Xiaoba and Du Xiaohuang kept calling them dogs, causing the faces of Qin Yuanshang, Gong Sun Quan, Su Qixing, and many experts of the 3 families to darken. As the experts of the top forces of the 100 schools of thought, they had never been insulted like this. This was simply a naked provocation. Trash like you dare to say that you want to teach us how to behave? Today, let your grandpa Xiaoba teach you how to behave. Du Xiaoba leaped, and golden light gushed out from his body. Screech! A loud roar came from Du Xiaoba's throat and reverberated in the sky above the stone city. The loud and clear sound penetrated the soul, causing more than 100 people from the 3 clans to tremble in an instant. Boy, you're courting death! Qin Yuanshang roared. His hands drew a mysterious trajectory in the void, and a terrifying aura quickly rose from his body. As his hands moved, a boundless momentum of heaven and earth suddenly rose, and the vast aura in the space surged wildly towards him. In an instant, Qin Yuanshang's body burst out with a torrential light, and a magnificent aura shuttled back and forth, finally condensing as if it had evolved into a world. Rumble! In the next moment, as heaven and earth trembled, the universe began to rotate around Qin Yuanshang. Mountains and rivers moved horizontally, and the sun, moon, and stars appeared. The terrifying power shook the universe. The heavenly Tao is far, the human Tao is far, and the law is broken! Qin Yuanshang shouted. He stepped in the void, gathering the endless momentum of heaven and earth, making him look incomparably majestic, as if a supreme creature was overlooking the common people. He used his strongest power. This was the Tao of legalism, the combination of law, technique, and momentum. The Tao was heavenly, and the Tao was boundless. What a terrifying method! The people of legalism from the 33 heavens are indeed much more powerful than the people of this world. So what if they are powerful? Since they have come to this world and are suppressed by the power of heaven and earth, they have to coil up and lie down even if they are dragons and tigers. Do they really think that the desolate country is easy to bully? It's a pity that their strength can only be exerted to the perfect saint realm. With Xiaoba's cultivation, it's really easy for him to bully them. Just wait and see. I bet that in a while, these people will regret coming to this world. In the distance, Ouyang Shuang, Elder Lei, Han Ji, Duge Fenshin, and the others were all shocked by Qin Yuanshang's methods. They praised the people of the main clan of legalism for being powerful enough. However, they were not worried about Du Xiaoba in the slightest. The old monster Green Fox, Little Tiger Du, and the others even had gloating smiles on their faces. Du Xiaoba had the strength of a half-step heavenly saint. Facing Qin Yuanshang, who was suppressed to the perfect saint realm, he had a great advantage. Break the law? Break your sister's balls! Facing Qin Yuanshang's attack, Du Xiaofu's little face tightened as he scolded with a serious expression. As soon as this sentence came out, Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoman, Yi Wuming, and the half-step heavenly saint experts in the palace were all stunned. Where did this brat learn this from? Everyone was speechless. They really didn't know where Du Xiaobao's ability to curse in the street came from. However, outside the ancestral hall of the Du family, Du Yunlong, Yi Piaoling, Qian Duyu, and Lil Xingxing all turned their gazes at the golden-robed young man beside them in an instant. Damn it! Why are you all looking at me? That little guy learned it on his own. It has nothing to do with me. Du Xiaoyao's face darkened. He really didn't teach Du Xiaoba in this aspect. In the sky above the stone city, after Du Xiaoba cursed, he fiercely punched out. A resplendent golden fist mark shot out, shattering the void and instantly appearing in front of Qin Yuanshang. Then, under the shocked gazes of all the people from the three great families, this incomparably simple fist mark drove straight through and directly blasted into the world's shadow that Qin Yuanshang had created. Boom! A terrifying vibration spread out. The earth, mountains, rivers, and stars that had been formed all exploded in an instant, turning into an energy storm that filled the sky and surged violently. Du Xiaoba's punch was like an incomparably ferocious dragon. In the end, it brazenly smashed into Qin Yuanshang's chest. Bang! A dull sound rang out, like a heavy hammer hitting the surface of a drum, emitting a terrifying vibration. Qin Yuanshang's chest was directly smashed in by this punch. After Qin Yuanshang let out a blood-curdling scream, a mouthful of blood shot out from his mouth, piercing through the void. Then, his body flew out like a kite with a broken string, drawing a beautiful arc in the air. Good job. We should teach them a lesson like this. Beat him into a pig's head. A bunch of blind dogs, beat them until they can't even recognize their own mothers. The residents of the stone city burst into cheers. They were jubilant, and their hearts were jubilant. They actually dared to behave atrociously in the desolate country. They should be taught a lesson like this. In contrast to the mood of the residents of the desolate country, the experts of the three great families felt their hearts turn cold. Especially the people of legalism. With Qin Yuanshang's strength, he was the backbone of the main clan in the 33 heavens. However, he couldn't even withstand a single blow and was easily dealt with by a little brat. This caused everyone to break out in a cold sweat. Little Huang, little Lin, don't just stand there. Get rid of this group of dogs and end it quickly. We can't let their barking affect Uncle Xiaofu. Du Xiaoba frowned and looked fiercely at the remaining 100 or so people of the three great families. The dogs bark too fiercely, so we have to teach them a lesson. If we don't beat them until they are afraid, they will jump out and bite people from time to time. Du Xiaohuang's small face slightly raised. Without delay, her figure was like lightning, and in an instant she had already swept to Gong Sun Quan's side. I'll beat you! Little Qilin cheered. Its four hooves stepped on the light of thunder, and it quickly rushed towards the young man of legalism. When the young man saw little Qilin coming, he was scared out of his wits. He quickly retreated, wanting to escape from this place. You can't run away! Little Qilin's tender voice shouted. It didn't chase after him. Instead, it waved one of its front hooves and sprinkled a bright thunder light, directly hitting the back of the young man's heart. Poof! Blood spurted out. After the young man was hit by the power of thunder, he fell into the void. His back was charred, and arcs of light were still blooming on the wound. I said you can't run away. Let me send you away. Stay away from our family. Du Xiaolin's voice sounded like a 3 or 4-year-old child, immature and naive. However, he didn't show any mercy when he made his move. In an instant, he took down the young man of legalism. That wasn't all. His four hooves moved in the void, and he rushed to the young man's side. Immediately afterward, little Qilin suddenly stood up. Its two small front hooves hugged the young man's arm. Its two hind legs stepped on the stars, and its four hooves suddenly exerted force at the same time. It dragged the young man in the void and quickly turned around. Then, it fiercely threw him high into the sky, and its front hooves spread out. The young man from the school of legalism let out a miserable howl, dragging out the last syllable. He was like a rooster whose wings were tied up. He was thrown high into the sky by little Qilin. Whoosh! Suddenly, a huge space crack appeared behind the young man's trajectory. A fierce aura spread out from the space crack, and huge lightning dragons were flying around it. The young man's body directly entered the space crack, and then he was swallowed by the dark crack and disappeared. The space crack was not too big, and it quickly closed. The young man's figure didn't appear again. This scene stunned the three big families, the people of the desolate country, and the residents of the stone city. What the fuck? After a while, someone said in a low voice with extreme shock. That person couldn't have been thrown out of this world, could he? Someone in the stone city asked with uncertainty. Not everyone was powerful, so many people didn't know the specific situation. He came from the outside world, and was thrown back to where he came from. Very good. In the sky above the imperial palace, the old monster green fox smiled like a flower. Ha, well done, Xiaolin! Du Xiaoba and Du Xiaohuang also laughed. They collided in the air, and knocked down the experts of the three big families again and again. Qin Yuanshang and Gong Sun Quan had been knocked down by him and Du Xiaowang. After seeing Du Xiaolin's actions, Du Xiaoba was not to be outdone. He quickly picked up a disciple of a famous family and threw him away. Under his half-step heavenly saint power, a crack exploded in the sky and swallowed the disciple of a famous family. He disappeared without a trace. I'll throw one for fun too. Du Xiaohuang giggled and followed Du Xiaoba's actions. She quickly grabbed a legalism expert and threw him out. Whoosh! Before the space crack triggered by Du Xiaoba closed, the disciple of a legalism also entered it while screaming in fear. Ha! The prince is mighty! The princess is mighty! Ha! How dare they come to the desolate country and be so presumptuous? Throw them all out! Ha! Beat them up first, then throw them out! The residents of the stone city were in an uproar again. Cheers and screams were endless. They were all cheering for the methods of the three little guys. Bastard! Are the people of legalism so easy to bully? In the distance, the seriously injured Qin Yuanshang was furious. However, under the divine power of Du Xiaoba and the other two, he could not stop all of this. He could only watch as dozens of disciples of legalism were thrown away one by one. Stop! Gong Sun Quan also shouted, but he was powerless to do anything. Who asked their strength to be suppressed? They were not a match for these three brats at all. Old dog, since you're in such a hurry, I'll send you on your way first. Du Xiaoba snorted softly. Like an ancient fierce beast, he pounced and arrived beside Qin Yuanshang in the blink of an eye. Little bastard, what are you doing? Qin Yuanshang panicked. He dragged his seriously injured body and wanted to escape. If he was caught by the boy in front of him, there was no need to think about the result. He would definitely be thrown out. You old dog, you bark the most fiercely! How could Du Xiaoba watch him escape? He immediately caught up to Qin Yuanshang like a bolt of lightning and grabbed his arm with a small hand. On the other side, almost at the same time, Gong Sun Quan was also restrained by Du Xiaohuang and could not move. The power in the two little guys circulated and directly placed a restriction on Qin Yuanshang and Gong Sun Quan, making them unable to resist at all. Go! Du Xiaohuang shouted and swung his small arms at the same time as Du Xiaoba, throwing Qin Yuanshang and Gong Sun Quan out of his hands. Whoosh whoosh! The two figures flew side by side into the sky. Ah! The two screamed desperately, but they could not struggle at all. Soon, they were also swallowed by a spatial crack in the sky and disappeared. However, all of this did not end there. Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaolin, and Du Xiaohuang kept rising and falling in the void. Every time, they appeared beside a person from legalism and school of famous. Due to the suppression of the power of heaven and earth, the strength of these people was at most in the perfection saint realm, and they were in the minority. They wanted to escape, but how could they be faster than the speed of the three little guys? In just a few breaths, hundreds of people from legalism and school of famous were all thrown into the air. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The figures streaked across the sky and went straight into the ninth heaven. They were all swallowed by the spatial crack. The field above the imperial palace was also much wider in an instant. Only the experts from the school of vertical and horizontal were left. They did not make a move before. To be precise, they did not have the time to make a move. Du Xiaoba clapped his hands and nodded with satisfaction, smiling slightly. Chapter 2674. This, Su Qixing's face twitched, and he didn't know what to say. He, Qin Yuanshang, and Gong Sun Quan had come to this world with a mission from the main clan, to revive the various clans in this world. Although this world could only be considered a small world, because of its special characteristics, it attracted great attention from the clan, which was why dozens of Saint Stage experts were sent to this world. Because of the enmity between Du Xiaofu and the three great clans, coupled with Qin Yuanshang's repeated lobbying, Su Qixing came to the desolate country with them to take revenge for the past. But he didn't expect that there were so many experts hidden in this small desolate country. He hadn't even had the time to make a move, and just 3 little kids had beaten up the legalism and famous clans so badly that they were all thrown out of this world. That wasn't like being chased out of this world. That was being thrown out like a sandbag. It was being thrown out. Savage, this is too savage! Su Qixing raised his sleeve and wiped the sweat on his chubby face. At this moment, he felt extremely lucky. Fortunately, after seeing the strength of the desolate country, he had been hesitant and didn't have the time to make a move. Otherwise, he and the dozens of people behind him would have ended up like Qin Yuanshang and Gong Sun Quan, thrown out of this world alive. It could be imagined that if this matter spread in the 33 heavens, the legalism and famous clans would lose face. As people from the upper world, after coming to the lower world, they were bullied too miserably. If the other forces in the 30 heavens knew, wouldn't they laugh until they were out of breath? This is no longer the return to void stage. These 3 kids are all experts half a step into the God-seizing realm. Su Qixing muttered, unconsciously describing the strength of Du Xiaoba and the other 2 according to the level of the 33 heavens. The others, including him, Qin Yuanshang, and Gong Sun Quan, were all in the God-seizing realm, but after being suppressed by the power of heaven and earth, they could only display the cultivation of the return to void stage, and not the peak of the return to void stage. Su Qixing thought with lingering fear. Just these 3 children were so terrifying. Needless to say, in the desolate country, there were definitely experts who hadn't made a move yet, and they were even more terrifying than these 3 people. Fortunately, he didn't make a move, otherwise he would have been tricked by Qin Yuanshang. Given the strength of the desolate country, to deal with them, the higher world would have to send someone stronger. Phew! Su Qixing let out a long sigh and suppressed the shock in his heart. Then, he turned to Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaolan, Du Xiaohuang, as well as Wu Ming and Ouyang Shuang in the distance. He cupped his hands and said, "I was rude. Sorry for disturbing you. As on? Under when? If the other party was unhappy and took care of him as well, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Perhaps within the 33 heavens, with his strength, he wouldn't be afraid of these people. However, in this world, he couldn't be too arrogant. It was better to leave as soon as possible to avoid causing any trouble. At this time, he would be a fool to stay any longer. Let's go!" Su Qixing waved his sleeve, and a large ray of light enveloped the dozens of people from the school of vertical and horizontal. Then, the space in front of him distorted and rippled. As long as he entered it, he could quickly leave the desolate country. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he wished. Just as he was about to step out, suddenly, a shocking pillar of lightning appeared in the space in front of him. Boom! A loud sound reverberated. The pillar of lightning was incomparably thick, and it crashed into the space, shattering the spatial ripples in front of Su Qixing. The fragments of lightning and spatial ripples surged and swept out like a storm, forcing Su Qixing to retreat. The dozens of disciples from the school of vertical and horizontal behind him groaned under the terrifying impact. It was obvious that they were badly shaken. "You want to leave just like that?" After Du Xiaoba shot out a bolt of lightning, he brought Du Xiaohuang and the little Qilin with him. They moved quickly in the air and once again forced their way towards Su Qixing. "Everyone, I have no intention to be your enemy. I only followed the legalism school of vertical and horizontal to observe. Previously, we didn't defend you. However, today, the school of vertical and horizontal has indeed made a mistake. How about we come and apologize another day?" Su Qixing's heart rose with anger, but at the same time, he was frightened. Trying hard to suppress these emotions, he squinted his small eyes on his chubby face and said respectfully to Du Xiaoba. Saying that he didn't offend them and wanted to apologize was just a facade. He definitely wouldn't be able to fool the other party. However, since he showed his attitude, the people of the desolate country had to give him some face. Even though he couldn't defeat these little guys, if the upper realms sent someone stronger, no matter how strong the desolate country was, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. It was fine as long as everyone took a step back and lived in peace. Do you think you can fool us with a few words? You came to my desolate country aggressively, and wanted to show off the power of the upper realm. Now that you see that the situation isn't right, you want to run away? Du Xiaoba's young eyebrows raised as he stared at Su Qixing and said disdainfully. They only have this ability. If they can't beat us, they want to run. But can you run? Du Xiaowang curled her lips and sneered. With the three of them here, with the strength of the dozens of people from the school of vertical and horizontal, none of them could escape. You! Su Qixing's face became extremely ugly. He never thought that these three little guys would be so aggressive. They didn't give him any face and had no intention of stopping. Brother Xiaoba, Sister Xiaohuang, let's throw these people out too. If there's a chance in the future, we'll apologize to them. How about that? The little Qilin thought for a moment and said seriously. That naive and innocent look immediately made Du Xiaoba and Du Xiaohuang burst into laughter. Xiaoba Lin is the same as his father. He's also full of evil tricks. In the distance, after hearing Du Xiaoba's words, Yi Wuming said with a smile. It's all Du Xiaofu's fault. When he recovers, see how I'll deal with him. Ouyang Xuan's pretty face turned serious as she said with some anger. He. As expected of the Rock Emperor's son. There's nothing wrong with being a little bad. At least it won't be easy to lose. The old monster Green Fox laughed. While they were talking, their eyes never left the people in the distance. Haha. Good, this idea couldn't be better. Let's do it. Du Xiaoba laughed. He was young but had an extremely domineering aura. Everyone, don't go too far. Faced with the pressure of Du Xiaoba, and Du Xiaohuang, Su Qixing's chubby face finally couldn't help but look gloomy. He had already made some concessions, but the three little guys were still unwilling to give up, which made him extremely angry. As an expert in the 33 heavens, when had he ever suffered such cowardice? It was because he was suppressed in this realm. If it were in the outside world, he wouldn't need to be so humble. He would have slapped these three little guys to death. Go too far? Don't you feel embarrassed saying that? Du Xiaoba spat and said, whether it was in the past or now, when didn't you use your strength to provoke us first? Then when you know you can't beat us, you say we're going too far? If this is really going too far, then I'm bullying you. So what? If you have the ability, come and bite me. As Du Xiaoba spoke, he also gave Su Qixing a middle finger. This move made Su Qixing fume. His chubby chest heaved up and down, as if it was about to explode. Sincerely, don't go too far. Maybe I can't do anything to you in this realm, but there are many experts in the school of vertical and horizontal. It's definitely not something a small barren country can fight against. Then again, there will be a time when you leave this realm. Su Qixing was incomparably angry, but he still patiently said, victory and defeat were common in war. It was nothing to be beaten up, but to fall into the hands of these little guys and be thrown out of this realm, this was a great loss of face. No matter what, he was still a reputable figure. It was difficult for him to accept the ridicule of tens of thousands of people. Heh! You're bringing out the background of the 33 heavens? Are you threatening us? Du Xiaohuang curled the corners of her mouth and sneered. Su Qixing's words contained a threat. How could she not hear it? However, it just so happened that no one in the barren country was afraid of the threats of others. On the contrary, the more ruthless the threat, the more miserable the ending would be. These little guys knew in their hearts that the school of vertical and horizontal in the 33 heavens was definitely powerful. Their strength was definitely enough to crush the barren country. However, how many times had such a situation happened over the years? Weren't those powerful forces and opponents ruthlessly trampled under their feet in the end? If it weren't for those powerful enemies, how could the barren country have its current glory? Good threat. If you keep begging for mercy and admit defeat, I might really consider letting you go for the time being. But now, I only want to use the sole of my shoe to stamp a few marks on your arrogant face. Du Xiaoba snorted. As he spoke, he had already forced his way to Su Qiming's side. With his half-step heavenly sage cultivation and the golden rock race's speed ultimacy, it wouldn't be easy for Su Qixing to escape. Xiaohuang, Xiaolin, attack together. Don't let a single one of these school of vertical and horizontal go. This time, I want to knock them out, then strip them naked and throw them out. As he spoke, Du Xiaoba's body surged with a large amount of lightning. Streaks of bright lightning coiled around his body like climbing meridians. Rumble! The sound of thunder spread out. The thunder martial vein in Du Xiaoba's body shook the sky. Like a thunder net, it quickly flew into the air and then directly pressed down on the dozens of people from the school of vertical and horizontal. On this thunder net, there was an incomparably terrifying aura. It was fierce and domineering, as if it could destroy everything. Boom, 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 boom. The people from the school of vertical and horizontal, including Su Qixing, all panicked at the same time. Dozens of people exerted their strength at the same time, and a series of ferocious attacks were launched, shaking the big net above their heads. It had to be said that when dozens of Saint Stage experts attacked together, it really shook Du Xiaoba's thunder martial vein a little. Although it didn't cause any damage, it slightly stopped the momentum of the net from pressing down on them. Brother Xiaoba, let me help you! Little Qilin shouted loudly. Then, the thunder martial vein on its body also appeared. It flew high into the sky and merged with Du Xiaoba's thunder martial vein. Rumble, buzz, buzz, buzz! Amidst the sounds of thunder, the void was suppressed by the two thunder martial veins until it buzzed and trembled non-stop. Large expanses of space shattered and were crushed into smithereens. Puff! Among the dozens of people from the school of vertical and horizontal, many of them cried out miserably under the terrifying pressure. Those with insufficient cultivation even spat out blood and their faces instantly turned pale. In the end, dozens of people were suppressed. No matter how many attacks they launched, it was impossible to shake the combined pressure of two half-step heavenly saint stage experts. Even Su Qixing had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth at this moment. The experts from the school of vertical and horizontal were all trapped in the two thunder martial veins and were no longer able to effectively resist. Watch me beat them up! Du Xiaohuang's small body shot forward and directly charged into the prison formed by the thunder martial vein. Desolate country, my school of vertical and horizontal will definitely not let you off, Su Qixing said sternly, with an indescribable viciousness. However, before he could finish his words, he let out an sound like a pig being slaughtered came out of his mouth. Du Xiaohuang's tender little fist had already brazenly smashed onto the side of the round face. The pitiful Su Qixing, whose true strength was above Du Xiaohuang's, was smashed by this punch, causing him to see stars and feel dizzy. He almost couldn't tell north from south. You're still being stubborn at a time like this. Du Xiaohuang wanted to grab Su Qixing's arm, but this fatty's arms were simply too thick. They were like two pillars, and she couldn't grab them at all. As a result, Du Xiaohuang turned around and grabbed Su Qixing's collar, and then punched him again and again on the left side of his face. I told you to be stubborn, I told you to be stubborn, I told you to be stubborn. Every time Du Xiaohuang said a sentence, she would punch him. After more than 10 punches, half of Su Qixing's face was swollen, like half of a pig's head, and he was even fatter than before. Du Xiaohuang's strength was controlled very well, and she did not kill him with a few punches. But even so, Su Qixing was really about to faint. Then, he only felt his body go numb, and Du Xiaohuang's restriction landed on his body, causing him to be unable to summon the slightest bit of strength in his body. It was only at this time that Su Qixing was truly shocked to death. Let the pig fly! Du Xiaohuang shouted tenderly, grabbed Su Qixing's collar, and threw him into the sky. At the same time, the lightning net that Du Xiaoba and Du Xiaolin had set up together automatically gave way to a gap. With a swish, Su Qixing's body, which was like a mountain of flesh, whistled through the air, passing through the gap in the lightning net, and rushed into the sky. Goodbye, pig head! The corner of Du Xiaolin's mouth raised into a Qilin style smile, and he raised one of his front hooves and waved it, as if he was bidding farewell to Su Qixing. I said I would strip him naked before throwing him out. At this moment, Du Xiaoba muttered in dissatisfaction, and then high up in the sky, a bolt of lightning burst out, and with a few Qila sounds, the clothes on Su Qixing's body were shredded into pieces. Kacha! A void crack appeared in the sky, and Su Qixing was swallowed into it. Brother Xiaoba, I'm not playing anymore. Du Xiaohuang pouted, turned around, walked down from the void, and went outside the Du family's ancestral hall. Hee hee. Du Xiaoba chuckled, then pulled Du Xiaolin and rushed into the crowd of dozens of people from the school of vertical and horizontal. All of you, fly! Du Xiaoba and Du Xiaolin shouted in joy, and with a raise of their hands, large amounts of lightning shot out, restricting all the people from the school of vertical and horizontal. At the same time, the clothes on their bodies were also shredded into pieces, making them all naked. Whether it was the people from the desolate country in the distance, or the many residents in the stone city, they all stared blankly at this scene, and the corners of their mouths twitched. Fuck, this works too? These two children are too ruthless, aren't they? Their cultivations have been sealed. When they are discovered in the 33 heavens, I'm afraid they will even have the heart to die. This is a blatant slap to the face. This outcome is much more cruel than legalism and the people of the famous families. It is indeed cruel, but I like it, he he he. The school of vertical and horizontal has fallen so hard this time. The enmity between the school of vertical and horizontal has been completely formed. What's there to be afraid of? They deserve it for bullying our desolate country. Xiaoba's move is really what I want. Countless people spoke, some were excited, and some sighed with emotion. It seems that these two children need to be properly educated, otherwise, who knows how much trouble they will cause in the future. Yang Shuang rubbed her smooth forehead, feeling an incomparable headache. She, Du Xiaoqing, Yi Zijin, and some other women had already turned around, unwilling to see the scene behind them. Yang Shuang secretly swore in her heart that she would find Du Xiaoba and Du Xiaolin later to teach them a good lesson. Of course, she could forget about teaching them a lesson with a stick. She couldn't bear to hit these little guys, so she would only use this move on Du Xiaofu. While everyone was discussing, Du Xiaoba and Du Xiaolin's movements also stopped one after another. Only the stripped figures were flying high in the sky. In the eyes of many people, those people's key parts were all exposed, and not even a piece of underwear was left. Open! Du Xiaoba shouted softly, accompanied by a ferocious thunderclap. Above the sky, a terrifying void crack appeared once again. Yin and Yang Qi surged out, and the Qi of gods and demons surged out. The dozens of figures from the school of vertical and horizontal were swallowed in one after another and disappeared. Then, the huge void crack slowly closed, and the sky finally returned to its original appearance, blue and clear. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.